or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Boy, Texas A&M portals keeps heating up. Eli Stowers is a four-star redshirt quarterback from Denton, Texas. He's in the portal now. We told you about a bunch of other people. L.J. Johnson, who's a running back, four-star guy from A&M. He's in the portal now. It'll be interesting to see where A&M ends up portal-wise with all this. Alabama had 9 when the show started. There's portal trackers out there. This is National Portal Day, so it's going to be really crazy throughout. Redmont Vodka brings us our final thoughts today, brought to you by our friends at Redmont Distilling. I will go ahead and tell you this week's Drinks with Dunaway will involve a little Redmont vodka.
You know what today's drink is? Remember, they're doing 25 days of cocktails. It's the son of a nutcracker.
Oh, wow. You son of a nutcracker.
Yeah, and this is going to be at the Salt Factory Pub in Huntsville. So all of our Huntsville listeners, head over to the Salt Factory Pub. Order a son of a nutcracker, which is 1.5 ounces of the Redmont vodka, 1 ounce of the Frangelico, 5 ounces of the chocolate Godiva, and half an ounce of simple syrup. So there you go. Locally owned and operated, Redmont Vodka, their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Pick up a bottle, ask for it by name. But remember, the 25 days of cocktails today, son of a nutcracker. I'd like to try one of those.
I would too. You want me to do that as Drinks with Dunaway this week?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do that. We were going to do
there's the ingredients.
We were going to do Tipsy Reindeer, but we'll do that then.
Okay.
All right. It'll be great. All right. Final thoughts.
Can I do my best of the weekend as a final?
Yeah, absolutely.
Would you ask something? So I took my family to the UAB basketball game, and I can't recommend. Andy plays such an entertaining style of basketball. And
now, will you be honest with me before you finish your thought here?
Absolutely.
Your daughter's going to South Alabama. Were you guys in USA gear or UAB gear?
No, not at all. I told my daughter, you're wearing green because, first of all, her best friend, my daughter's best friend, is part of the Golden Girls, the Blazers dance team. So that's one reason we were going.
They're fantastic.
They're terrific, and she's a really good dancer. So my oldest, Anna Kate, wanted to see that. But it was just, honestly, I knew the Dolphins had the late kick, so we could go down right after church. I wanted to see Andy, Philip Pearson, our buddy, and Jelly Walker, who we're doing an NIL deal with. But the cool thing was my youngest daughter, Hallie, just played her first upward basketball game. Like, she came home from school one day and said, I want to play basketball. And I asked her, I said, do you guys play a PE? She's like, no, not really. Sometimes she goes down in the cul-de-sac and plays with the boys, plays a game with the boys, but she's 8 years old. She's actually far more skilled than you would imagine. So she's kind of fallen in love with basketball to a certain extent. So we go to the game. She's not really paying a ton of attention. By the second half, she's like, Dad, my favorite basketball player of all time is Jelly Walker.
Yes, of all time.
And I leaned down and I told my wife and my oldest, I was like, Hallie says her favorite player of all time might be Jelly Walker. She goes, not might be, is Jelly Walker. Yeah. She's all about Jelly Walker now. So that's really cool, man. And man, that is such a fun venue. Andy plays such a fun style of basketball. If you got a chance, go see him.
Yeah, they get West Virginia, their toughest pre-conference road game Saturday as well. So Saturday you got UAB at West Virginia, you've got Auburn in Atlanta against Memphis, and Alabama playing number 1 Houston in Houston. 3 really good basketball games right there locally. Fun show today. Thank you for being a part of it. And we'll start doing all the other stuff that we do in the off season tomorrow. Now that it's officially, well, I mean, it's still bowl season, but you know what I'm saying, right? There's no national championship trip in our future. I alerted our credit card company. There'll be some odd charges December 26th through January 1st on my credit card from a place called Birmingham. No road trip from us this year. It's weird.
It's first time in how long? Well, 2020 we didn't do it.
Well, 2020, 2019. But you know what I mean.
Feels like more.
Don't let the story get in the way of a bad joke. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America, Rocky.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
So much college football to get to today. We'll do that. Tampa Bay wins last night. That'll be part of the conversation here in the first segment. We start with the Heisman Trophy finalists, and we've got a Heisman voter, a former Heisman voter, and all of you who are Heisman specialists out there. We'll get to that. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, Tyler the intern, Lunsford's still out today, and Taylor Korn is managing our social media platforms everywhere. Remember to like, subscribe, and give us a thumbs up. There is a guy, Caleb Williams, who I think a lot of us would vote yes on winning the Heisman. There is Max Duggan. He's a finalist who has been a gutsy performer all year. C.J. Stroud was the favorite back in August. And then there's Stetson Bennett, who is now up for the Lifetime Achievement Award. You guys shake your heads on Stetson Bennett. They're your Heisman finalist. Forrester has it up on the screen for you there. Bennett goes first because his last name's B. But it seems to be the talking point that Stetson should not be in New York City. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll say this, and you guys knew I was high on Stetson Bennett last year. I said, this is a really good quarterback that everybody sleeps on just because of a great team that he plays for. After week 1 against Oregon, I said, man, he could end up being a Heisman finalist. But I thought he was good, not great this year. Not even close to – the top 2 quarterbacks in this league were Bryce Young and Hendon Hooker, and it is no doubt about it. If Stetson Bennett played for, I don't know, 130 other schools, he wouldn't be a Heisman finalist.
Let's start with this, Brown. Let's play this. First, he brings up a good point. Stetson Bennett is not first team or second team all SEC, yet he is the SEC quarterback that is in New York City. So if you're a Tennessee fan, you're sitting here saying, well, wait a second. But Hooker's injured, and his team's not in the college football playoff and was not in Atlanta. You voted in this before. LT had a vote. How much does team success play into this?
It's hard to ignore that. I'm not going to deny. You're looking for, I can't even remember how they worded the most outstanding player in college football. I think, Lance, is how it's worded. Is that right? Is that true? And see, that's what a lot of people don't understand about the Heisman is you're given no voting instructions.
That's right.
They say pick the most outstanding player in college football.
Yeah, end of sentence.
Yeah.
So, that is very, very open-ended, which I think it should be, in fact.
I'll tell you this, man. I really did, and people are going to laugh about this, putting Dwayne McBride on my ballot at number 3.
I got no problem with that. Dude led the nation in rushing.
UAB fans in the chat last night, where's Dwayne McBride's conversation?
I really, really thought about it, and, it's one of those things that people would say, oh, he is so biased based on where he's voting out of. But if you watch Dwayne McBride, the guy was unstoppable for a 6-6 team, but I think team success does have to factor in. So a 6-6 team, it is hard to have a Heisman finalist. With all that said, Stetson Bennett's not the best offensive player on this team.
He's not. Brock Bowers is that guy for me. But let's do this now. You take Stetson Bennett and put him in Knoxville with those receivers and that offense, and you take Hendon Hooker and put him in Athens with that coach, that mentality, and that great defense and everything else they have. How much do the numbers change a lot? I personally believe Stetson Bennett's numbers go way up in a Josh Heupel offense with those receivers, and Hendon Hooker's numbers go way down with Kirby Smart's rush to the right conservative lifestyle on the offensive side of the ball.
I think it probably meets in the middle a little bit. I agree. I think Stetson's would be up, and I think Hendon Hooker's would be down. With all that said, Is Stetson Bennett one of the 4 best players in college football? He's not. He's just not.
No, he is not.
Boy, and he has become a cocky MFer. I mean, look, he's living a great life. I'm a little jealous. I ain't gonna lie. But boy,
jealousy is usually a sentence that follows after cocky MFer. I'll be honest with you. I know. If you ever hear anybody say that guy's a cocky MFer, if you just peel back that onion a little bit, you find a little jealousy right there.
He has started to talk shit though. He was doing it against LSU on Saturday.
Yeah. I mean, the king of the world, man.
Yeah, but
he is holding a lady over the Titanic.
To show you,
there's an analogy somewhere in there. I think
it's funny. Brooks asked this real quick before your point, Brown. Stetson's a poor man's AJ McCarron. I was asking a former Bama player, who's the better quarterback, Stetson Bennett or AJ McCarron? And he said AJ McCarron. I kind of agree that AJ McCarron was a better quarterback.
I mean, he never really was a starter in the NFL, but he was on a roster for a long, long time in the NFL. And how long is Stetson Bennett going to be in the NFL?
The numbers are about the same. Yeah. I mean, A.J. McCarron's final year at Alabama, he averaged 235 a game, 28 touchdowns, 7 picks. This year, Stetson Bennett averaged 265 a game, 20 touchdowns, 6 picks. Pretty much same numbers.
I agree with Joseph. Stetson is much more elusive than A.J., but A.J. threw a better ball.
Yeah. So, but Brown, you brought this up earlier this year. If he gets there, it's going to be a lifetime achievement award.
There's no doubt. And look, I'm not going to get all wound up about this. He's not going to win it. I don't really care what people do with their votes. It's their vote. They can vote for whoever they want to. It shouldn't be statistics driven. But you did have to tie yourself in the knots just a moment ago to justify him being there. You had to make him Tennessee's quarterback, not Georgia's quarterback, just to justify him actually being there. So I think that tells you all you need to know.
But location does matter, right? And I'm not saying that every quarterback who plays for Josh Heupel at Tennessee is going to be, quote-unquote, a system quarterback, and that Stetson is a system game manager. But Hendon Hooker, as Royal Payne points out, Hendon Hooker at Virginia Tech was nobody. He was lost in the forest.
There's no doubt. And if he'd have stayed there, he'd have been nobody.
That's right.
He wasn't going to have this type of success.
That's right. So location does matter, and it can be a positive if you're on a dynastic team like Georgia, and it is a Lifetime Achievement Award. I think Jay Barker was a finalist.
Jay was a finalist. Yep.
But that was when they went 6 deep. And you know, typically the last few years it's only been 3. And I really thought this year it should only be 2 because there's only 2 guys that should win. They could possibly win this thing. But if they wanted to go 3, I thought C.J. Stroud would be that guy. I just don't know why they went 4 outside of the fact
it's a math problem.
Yeah, it's how many people are close to the vote. Yeah, it's within a certain percentage.
Which still surprises me. Yeah. But also, as dominant as Georgia has been over the last 5 years, I don't think they've had a Heisman finalist, right?
I can't remember one. No. Now, but to answer your question, Jim, it is. Team does matter, yeah. I mean, when you're voting, much in the same way you vote for MVP. Like I think, was it Sean Dunston? Not Sean Dunston.
Cub shortstop.
Yeah, who was the Cub that won the Most Valuable Player and they finished last? Andre Dawson. That's right, the Hulk. Yeah. Andre Dawson won Most Valuable Player and they finished last.
Ernie Banks back in the day.
Yeah, most of the time your Most Valuable Player comes from a team in the playoffs, right?
Yeah, usually.
In almost any sport, really.
Yeah, to your point.
Mike Trout's done it, though.
Yeah. To your point, the finalist this year, the Heisman finalist, you have a Georgia quarterback.
That's right.
A TCU quarterback, right? You have a Ohio State quarterback, and you have Caleb Williams, which if you're a Michigan fan, you're sitting out there, well, what the hell? But that shows you the dynamic and the makeup of this Michigan team is it's about offensive line, it's about defense. It's such a team in Ann Arbor. Not that the other teams are not fantastic and are deep, but the one star from Michigan, Blake Corum, got injured and didn't play those last 2 games. So much like Hendon Hooker, not at the front of the mindset as everybody voted over the weekend.
You know, Blake Corum, if he would have played in that final game against Ohio State and give him Donovan Edwards numbers, he might have won
the thing because there were a lot of people looking for a winner over the last couple of weeks, and if Corum stays healthy and gets those numbers, I could see that. I could see him winning the dang thing.
But as a guy who plays DraftKings every Saturday, Bijan Robinson, stud. Not in New York. If you're a Texas fan, you're sitting there going, was there a guy more dynamic on a team this year than Bijan Robinson when anything was going bad? You know what we did? We gave it to Bijan Robinson, and he usually got 8 yards or more. So there's that guy there. I mean, you have people like that on every team out there.
But here's the problem. Here's why it is so team heavy is because most people, even though this is not the way the trophy is designed, most people view it as the most valuable player in college football.
Right.
The reason is because we give that out in the NFL, we give it out in Major League Baseball,
In
all
every
those things.
sport,
And
yeah.
every sport gets the most valuable player. And this becomes the most valuable player award. And if we want to be honest, it becomes the most valuable quarterback award.
That's right. That's
By
right.
and large. Now, Devontae Smith won it, but aside from him, most non-quarterbacks don't win this thing. So that's why it becomes so team heavy, because if your quarterback's that good, you're probably going to be in the playoffs. And I mean, if you're a really good quarterback and your team was 6-6, how valuable really were you? Your team was 6-6. Might have been the difference in 2-10 or 6-6. So I'm not really going to pay that close attention. So yeah, team definitely matters. There's no doubt.
Team does matter, and
By and large, it's become best player on what is viewed as the best team. Now that's not going to be the case this year, because if you did that, Stetson would win it. If you went best player
Right.
on what is viewed as best team, Stetson Bennett would win this thing.
Likely
the
it's
guy
go-
that wins it's going to be out of the playoffs.
likely it's going to go to a quarterback of a team that's not in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's going to be Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams will win this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I agree.
And that seems to be the correct part of this. Patrick makes a great point. Eric Zier, David Green, Quincy Carter, Aaron Murray, Stafford, all better than Stetson Bennett.
Oh, tap the brakes on Quincy Carter. Easy now.
I'll give you the other ones.
Yeah.
Well, you could take out Quincy Carter and probably put in a different Georgia quarterback.
I'll go Zier, Green, Murray, Stafford. Would you go? You want to go
Hines
DJ? You want Hines Ward? Never. I mean, he played some
I
quarterback.
go Justin Fields. I know he never played.
Yeah, and I was going to say DJ Shockley was good. You wouldn't put him in front of Stetson.
Yeah. Interesting discussion on the Heisman. We did have the All SEC awards from the AP that went out yesterday, voted on by the media. I'll slide a little bit of that. And another thought on the Heisman, after LT tells us about Michelson, our look ahead has Clay Travis starting hour 2 at 10 Central. John Parker Wilson is back in studio with us at 11:45 to talk about the playoffs. And Connor O'Gara starts our final hour. Great Connor O'Gara from Saturday Down South. He is with us at 12 noon Central, all part of Michelson Laser Vision.
Hey, so if you thought about LASIK, just to ask around, seriously, if you ask somebody in Chicago that's in the business, you ask somebody in New York who the best in the Southeast is, they're going to say Dr. Morton Michelson. He's a pioneer. He was the first to perform the LASIK procedure in the state of Alabama back in 1995. His daughter now also performs LASIK, Dr. Jen Michelson. I went in over 20 years ago. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. I now have 20/15 vision 20 years later. Make the phone call that I made. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Stop procrastinating. Holidays are here. Give yourself the gift of sight. Call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. For more information, you can always go online. Go to michelsonlaservision.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive Chat Room, Brownie. You're noticing some trends over there.
Well, several people are saying, hey, now time out. Quincy Carter played in the league for a few years, and some are even saying Stetson will not. That was really, I do know Quincy Carter played in the league, obviously. Played
Started
for the Cowboys.
yeah.
Stetson will
But
play in the league.
That doesn't necessarily make you the better of the two college quarterbacks. That was going to be my question. What will Stetson Bennett do in the NFL?
He'll play in the league. He'll be a backup. He'll be a 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, would San Francisco take him right now?
I don't
I
know
mean,
that he's
after,
better than
after a couple of years. Yeah. Look, I mean, he was a much better college quarterback than Brock Purdy. But again, you're looking at what Brock Purdy had surrounding him at Iowa State and Ames and what Stetson's got in Athens.
great college doesn't always make you great NFL, nor does bad college make you bad NFL.
Yeah. And by the way, we say this every year for Heisman Trophy. It's rare that a Heisman Trophy candidate returns. But when you're chasing your own ghost, Bryce Young, whose numbers were impressive this year, he's not in New York, so he's not in the top 4. I don't know where he'll finish in Heisman voting. I expect it'll be down a bit. The guy could not have been a more valuable player for a football team than what Bryce Young was for Alabama.
That's right.
So it's just so hard to do what Archie Griffin did back in the 70s, is go back to back, because it's impossible to chase your own ghost.
No, you're absolutely right. You have to be so much better than you were the year you won the Heisman, and that is hard to do. I think the odd thing about this is we spent a lot of time in the offseason asking if Will Anderson had a shot at the Heisman. And Will Anderson had a really good year. He won the Nagurski last night.
Yeah, back-to-back Nagurski. And just to show you how off the radar he was for us, we were questioning where's Will Anderson every week.
Yeah, and he's won back-to-back Nagurski awards. And it's not that he had a bad year. It's just that a lot of people were talking about him in terms of Heisman, and he didn't have that type of year. But my point was going to be, it actually set up perfectly for him to win the Heisman. If everything else goes the way it went, Will Anderson with a monster year and Alabama being in the playoffs could have easily won this award.
20-plus sacks.
Could have easily won this award. People People were looking for a guy to vote for the last 2 or 3
Well,
weeks.
and I think Bryce would have been in New York if they just would have won one of those 2 games.
Probably so,
if they were a playoff team.
Yeah.
And he might have won it again just because, again, I'll make the point, in the last 2 weeks, people were scouring the planet for somebody to vote for.
Well, outside of Caleb Williams, I mean, who meant more to their team? I mean, you guys will give me Stetson Bennett goes down. Worst case, Georgia loses the game.
Maybe, yeah.
C.J. Stroud, I don't know their situation, but just based on Ryan Day's system, I'm going to say they might lose a game. Who's our other guy? Max Duggan.
Max Duggan. They're not in the playoffs.
Yeah, they're not in the playoffs.
In fact, they're probably not in the Big 12 championship game, and they might be middle of the pack in their conference.
But I would say your most important players then are Caleb Williams, Max Duggan, and Bryce Young.
A lot of portal stuff to get to, a lot more college football news, including those SEC awards, Coach of the Year, and all that coming up. Tell us about Precision Sports, LT, and then we'll get into what we saw last night on Monday Night Football. Boy, the Buccaneers' offensive line have been beaten up, injured, as some of the teams that are below 500 are. But now the Bucs are back to 6-6. We'll talk about that wonderful thing as Precision gets you back into the game.
'Tis the season to make your plans to get moving in 2023. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they encourage you to start out 2023 with less pain. Schedule any elective orthopedic procedures you've been putting off. Make an appointment. Start saving today. Go to precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
If you go to my Twitter account, you will see a little family feud going on between the great Todd Furman, who joins us on the show every week. He tweets last night, the Saints really lost the game. The Bucs didn't win the game. I never understand that line of thinking, especially when my team's the winner, not the loser.
That's right.
But for 56 minutes and 30 seconds, that was familiar football to me. As a Buccaneer fan since 1976, you've seen a lot of horrible football, including losing, what was it, your first 26 games in existence. You've seen bad football over the years. And that looked very familiar last night. But the last 3 minutes and 30 seconds was pure magic. It was
Tom Brady.
It was perfection.
Yeah.
It was perfection. You had to get the 3 and out. You had to have 2 touchdowns.
Right, you got to have all that.
You had to convert 2 of those, what do they call them, point after touchdowns, which are no longer automatic.
PATs, baby.
17-16 in what will go down as one of the top 1,000 games in Buccaneer history.
Oh, probably so, yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine. Do you have a Danny Moore down there? Is he painting this morning, you think?
The comeback.
The comeback.
Kept
us above 500, baby.
The season sweep over my man Chico's Saints, which is a rarity. That's a team that's haunted the Buccaneers.
I think it shows you how bad the Saints are. I mean, Andy Dalton's their starting quarterback.
I mean, if you want to start looking at negativity, LT, you could probably say that the whole NFC South sucks if you want to. Or you could be cup half full and say last night you saw a GOAT-esque performance from the greatest quarterback of all time.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a GOAT-esque performance. You know what's funny is when you guys decided to punt with 7.5 to go, I thought it was the right decision, and they were questioning.
Well, Brady was questioning.
Yeah, well, everybody was questioning, even on the broadcast. They were like, "Yeah, this is an interesting decision. You're inside your 40 with 7.5, all 3 timeouts, down 2 scores. Ultimately, it proved to be the right decision." The play of the game to me was on 3rd and long. Andy Dalton doesn't make a lot of great throws. He made a great throw down the seam to Taysom Hill, who you're paying a fortune for right now.
Yep.
All you got to do is make one grab.
Yeah, he had a touchdown early, but he got separated from the ball. It was a good, legal, clean hit to separate him for the football.
Still got to make that catch.
Yeah, I thought
it ends the game.
I actually thought the biggest play of the game was Mark Ingram running out of bounds on that 2nd down, and he's apologized that he cost his team the game. And this supports Furman's argument. I mean, that just shows you the Saints were already in cruise control. They thought they had that game won. Mark Ingram doesn't see it necessary to put his head down, get another yard, and pick up a 1st down. He just runs out of bounds and takes 3rd and 1.
Okay, well,
that shows you you're in cruise control. We don't think we can lose this game. Doesn't matter what I do. I've lost focus. Mark Ingram lost focus at that point.
I just want to make a point here. If you're up 2 full touchdowns, right, to lose the game.
That's right.
2 full touchdowns. If you're the Saints, 16-3. Why do you go into the loose prevent? I mean, you have the first drive.
It'll never make sense.
16 plays the Buccaneers go. They stall in the red zone. They kick a field goal. They don't threaten to score again until 3:30 to go in the game. And then you go into some loosey-goosey defense that allows Tom Brady to march it down the field, not use timeouts, and then before the 2-point conversion, score the touchdown, kick the extra point, kick it off to you, and give the defense, which is the strength of the Buccaneers, to get back out there. Why do you not stay aggressive when you've got – I mean, if you get burned deep for a touchdown, guess what? You got to go make a couple of first downs just like you had to do anyway.
Yeah,
I'll never
understood
understand
it.
that.
Yeah, teams do it all the time.
If you've got one touchdown, maybe I understand that, right? You don't want to give up the big play, then you're in a whole lot of hurt. But if you've got a security touchdown, they need 2 touchdowns. I'm going to stay balls to the wall, man. Let's go.
I know.
Well, and to put this in perspective, teams that I told you guys before the show, over the past 5 years are 3 and 530 when down 13 plus in the final 4 minutes of regulation. That is close to 0.05% is your win probability. That's nearly impossible, what the Saints pulled last night.
God, if I wrote it, and none of you will believe I wrote it, but I was just about to send out the tweet when we got the football back with 3:30. And it was what I was about to say. It was, as a lifelong Buccaneer fan since 1976, I've seen a lot of bad football, ... couple of spaces. This looks familiar. # go Bucks.
Right. And you didn't send it.
And by the way, I don't know about you guys. I don't know if the Dolphins, Lions, or Rams follow you guys on Twitter, but my Tampa Bay Buccaneers follow me.
That's awesome, dude.
Look at
So
Jim.
it's a
Follow by the
meaningful
Bucs.
tweet if I send that out. I was about to hit send. I said, "Oh, we're getting the ball back," so I didn't hit send, and it sat there on my phone for the last. But you know what I didn't do?
You didn't delete.
I did not delete that. I didn't save it in the drafts. I didn't delete it until after the game was
Don't
over.
mess up the mojo.
So I sat there on that and a little reverse landmine. Buccaneers win.
I'm pretty certain I'm blocked by the president and CEO of the Dolphins because he's the guy I always tag in the uniform tweet.
So that may be better than being followed by if you're actually blocked by your team.
The only reason I think I'm blocked by him is one time somebody responded and he responded to that response. And I'm like, dude has never once responded to me, but he'll respond to somebody making fun of me for pushing for the uniform. So I'm pretty certain guys got me blocked.
Yeah. Charles says Dunaway just proved the Saints lost and the Bucs didn't win it. Charles, listen, if you didn't catch the sarcasm in my voice to start with, then I need to do a better job of being sarcastic.
So
I am not dynastic. I am sarcastic.
So of your 6 wins this year, I just want to look. You got a nice win to start the season over the Cowboys.
It was a great win.
Baffling.
That will help us with the selection committee on Selection Sunday. That may get us in the playoffs.
You've beaten the Saints twice.
Yes, we have.
You've beaten the Rams.
Yes, we have.
You've beaten the Seahawks.
Yes.
You've beaten the Falcons.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, the Seahawks are a playoff team, LT. The
Not right
Rams are
now.
the defending world champions.
Seahawks aren't a playoff team right now.
Are they not still leading the division?
San Francisco is.
Yeah, San Fran is.
You sure? I checked that standings.
Yeah, no, I'm positive. I'll bet you a stake San Fran's
Are
leading the
you
division.
sure? Yeah, they're 8-4. Seattle 7-5.
Oh, okay. So they did get to 8-4. Okay.
Well, yeah, they beat the Dolphins.
Yeah. And Seahawks aren't a playoff team right now. They're
I
not a wild
think
card team.
I think they're 7th right now.
Yeah, I think they're in the hunt.
Yeah.
All the NFC's in the hunt.
Well, if they're
basically. I mean,
seventh,
Rockstar's in
aren't
the
they-
hunt.
No, I think with Washington tying, either Washington
I got
7
it right
or
here.
Seattle
Commanders
Seattle
were
7.
Yeah, Commanders were out last night. And
No,
Seahawks were
I
in.
think-
Commanders are in.
Yeah, Seahawks.
How many go? 7?
7. Yeah.
Yeah, no, so Commanders are out.
Yeah.
There's Detroit, though. Rockstar, they're next in the hunt, right behind the Commanders.
There you go. It's a pretty good turnaround from last season.
and coming up in our spotlight, favored against the Vikings.
Uh-oh.
We got a new character?
NFL upset alert later today. It's all coming up on the show that's brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic. What we'll do next after Brownie tells us about our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
Hey, Dunaway, great Christmas gift idea. I mean, if you're anything like me, you're like, what can I get my wife for Christmas? Here's a good idea. How about a wellness infusion package? 3 Myers cocktails, vitamin infusions. They're just $397 for 3. They're normally $177 a piece. You do the math. I don't want to tell them what a Jack State. You can also, for the guy in your life, get 10 sessions of cryotherapy for just $350. That's a savings of $50. They're $400 normally for 10 sessions. Great savings at Element Wellness. ElementWellness.me. It's a thoughtful gift. ElementWellness.me. Tattersall Park, just off 280 and 119.
Chris Pollard says, does drunk Nick Saban follow Dunaway? I'll check it out and see if that is the case.
Everybody follows Dunaway.
Greg from Pell City, biggest disappointment in the Monday night game for this 56-year-old. Young Greg would have never fallen asleep and missed it, damn it.
I missed the first touchdown because I was asleep. That hit Lance was talking about on Taysom Hill woke me up, the announcers.
Yeah, Chris says, I pulled for Tampa just because of Dunaway. Thank you.
Oh, how nice.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the love. I don't get a lot of it up here, especially from this side of the desk. When we come back, college football AP awards are out there. Did they get the SEC Coach of the Year right? These guys have real hot takes next.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged material. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com. Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
First thing I want you to note is that there was no movement in the betting lines last night for the college football playoffs. We're holding at 6.5 and 9.5 in that game there. It was a big uptick early, right after they were announced the lines. Michigan got bet up a little bit, but it has settled in to 6.5 and 9.5, those two games. If you want to play that or any games over the holidays in December, you can do it with MyBookie.
MyBookie.ag has the biggest online selection of odds and contests to fill all your sports betting needs anytime, anywhere. You can bet on NFL, college games, play for a big share of cash prizes of the weekly blackjack tournaments. Sign up at MyBookie.ag with code NEXTROUND. On a deposit of $500 or more, you could claim a bonus of up to $200. See more. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Experience sports in a whole new light. Make this season a winning one. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Jackson Smith and Jigba did make it official in one of those games. Obviously, he's not going to play again.
He did. That's a big story we can get into right now. Jackson Smith and Jigba, who did not play 3 games this year, really. He's out now. You've got 5 catches, 43 yards receiving for the season. And he says, my hamstring injury, I never got it back healthy onto the field, and I'm going to prepare for the NFL.
Yeah, somebody sent me a text yesterday. With him shutting it down, does this mean that he feels they've got no shot against Georgia? And I said, no. The guy's he hasn't been healthy. He would have been the best wide receiver in college football. Marvin Harrison Jr., his teammate, ended up being that guy. Smith and Jigba was an absolute stud last year, would have been better this year. It's just unfortunate he got hurt.
Yeah, but how hurt is he? And that's the point I wanted to bring up. How hurt is he?
I don't know.
How hurt is he?
I think he's really hurt. I think this is a situation where you have an opportunity to win a national championship. He would be out there for his teammates.
That's what we all say, but he's not out there, and he says, I'm going to continue to get healthy, and I'm going to when's the combine?
February.
Is he going to be at the combine in February?
Well, probably, yeah.
Okay, so he's healthy enough to be 100% to run in the combine in February.
In 2 months, hopefully. I think that's his goal. He might not.
But, you're pointing towards like Jalen Waddle, who could barely even walk, it looked like, and was out there playing against Ohio State for Alabama when nobody would have questioned Jalen Waddle for not playing.
George Pickens, he played, I think he just played he played rivalry game Georgia Tech, SEC championship, and then the 2 playoff games, and made a huge catch to win Georgia a national championship. Big contributor.
Yeah, like if you got a guy that's injured and he's not playing in the Citrus Bowl, or even like for Alabama or K-State in the Sugar Bowl, I'm fine with that. I don't care one way or the other. But if you can't answer the bell in a playoff game, and I'm not saying that's what Smith and Jigba isn't doing. I don't know. The only time I saw him play this year was against Notre Dame when he left the game, and then it was at Iowa he came back. All right. There was one of the games he came back and he played like 2 possessions.
Yeah, it was an early
and then
injury.
Had to tap out
in that Notre Dame game, right?
That's right. Yep. And then he came back one time. I'll go look, and he had to pull out, and he was obviously limping in that situation. I mean, I don't think it was anything fake. Clapp was on the game, and Clapp pointed out, he's like, man, this is unfortunate because he's just now getting back and he's already injured again.
And I've heard people that get that hamstring injury, like if it truly pops like it did for Caleb Williams on Friday night, it's months and months and months. And then if you retweak it, you're right back to square one.
Yeah. That's his injury, right? That's his injury. And if that's the case, if he's rehabbing now, can he be ready by December 31st?
I don't know. I mean, would you guys just not? I mean, look, to each their own. I mean, people are different, but I would just assume a guy like that, because he's never won a national championship, would want to be part of that.
When is the championship game? Is what, like the 7th or 8th or something?
January 9th.
January 9th. So today's the 6th, a month away from that.
Yep. So
he got hurt against Notre Dame. He missed Arkansas State. He came back 2 catches, 33 yards against Toledo. Didn't play for another 3 weeks. I mentioned Iowa. 1 catch, 7 yards against Iowa was the last time he was on the field for Ohio State.
Was that September?
That was October 22nd, last time we saw him. So you just wonder, I mean, a month from now, could he make an impact in the national championship game?
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. And listen, if I was faced with playing 2 games where I'm not getting really paid, or sitting back getting 100% healthy and making $100 million, the choice seems pretty easy. So I am not knocking his choice. I'm just saying from an Ohio State team perspective, how hurt is he? And could he be ready on December the 31st? And if that is the case, then just tell us, listen, I've only played sparingly in 3 games. This is really at my team. It's really at my team. And I'm going to go ahead and get ready for the NFL. He would definitely help if he was healthy.
I would just say this. Remember Ohio State? You had a couple of opt-outs last year in Olave and Garrett Wilson. Or maybe they were injured going into the Rose Bowl, and that's the first we saw Marvin Harrison Jr., and he was terrific.
Lit it up.
No, it was opt-outs.
Yeah. So if you could be a factor like Harrison Jr. was last year against Utah, which I think Smith and Jigba could be,
100%.
Why would you not do it?
100%. That's exactly right. Why would you not do it? And that's the only thing I'm asking is, can he be healthy December 31st? Seems like a quick call if you had any interest in doing that.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
5 catches, 43 yards for a fantastic receiver who it'll have zero impact on his NFL draft status because we have proven with Bosa and with Jamar and with others that if you
McCaffrey.
If you opt out, but I mean McCaffrey just opted out of a meaningless bowl
Sun
game.
Bowl.
Yeah, meaningless bowl game.
Yeah.
We expect, at least I do, I expect Bryce Young and Will Anderson at some point this week to all opt out. But maybe I'm wrong, but that's my expectation. That's the world I live in now. I just expect you, if you're not in the playoffs, to opt out now, if you're a top draft prospect. Though Josh Heupel said yesterday he expects his roster to be nearly complete when they play in the Orange Bowl against Clemson. More on Josh Heupel in just a second. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a wonderful place to go to school, Montevallo can be that place for you. If you're a junior or senior in high school or have a kid who's a junior or senior in high school, then Montevallo should be at least on your list to check out. You can do that, montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. You're going to go to that website. You're going to find a beautiful campus, safe campus, a lot of fun, new buildings going up all the time, including a multi-million-dollar theater department, business school, broadcasting, 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports, small class sizes. That maybe is going to help your son or daughter exceed academically. Scheduled in-person tour and find out more at montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. Josh Heupel's your Associated Press Coach of the Year. I think the coaches will vote their own awards, maybe even today.
This is national?
This is this is the SEC Coach of the Year, Josh Heupel. Did they get it right?
There are a couple guys you could have gone with. You could have gone with Heupel. You could have gone with Brian Kelly. You could have gone with Kirby Smart. I don't think, the guys like that never win it, but you certainly could have gone with Kirby Smart. Clark Lee was alive for a minute, but boy, when you just get run by Tennessee at the end of the year, that's going to hurt.
Little Shane Beamer.
Yeah, I was about to say. I think
Shane Beamer. I mean, those are the guys I would consider.
I think I would have gone Shane Beamer.
Would you now?
I think so.
Okay, make a case for Shane Beamer.
Shane Beamer was the biggest factor of that program in affecting the college football playoff and what they did the final 2 weeks of the season as massive underdogs, winning those games straight up against Tennessee and against Clemson. They were 8-4. That schedule was pretty brutal when you think about Tennessee, Clemson, and Georgia all on that schedule. And when they played them, they were all in the top 10 or top 5.
More impressed with Shane Beamer doing what he did in those final 2 weeks or with Brian Kelly getting his team to Atlanta?
Yeah, no, look, that was really impressive. But, I still can't get over Brian Kelly in the Texas A&M game. And you lose back-to-back games to end the year.
Yeah, that was tough. I mean, I think Brian Kelly getting to Atlanta in year one, but that A&M game, that's a weight around your neck right there. And a lot of voting was done, I'm sure, late on this. But back to Beamer, 4 teams finished in front of him in the SEC. Georgia, Tennessee, LSU, Alabama. And had I told you that preseason, you'd have said, Shane Beamer's your SEC Coach of the Year.
Well, I mean, there was a little bit.
And include a win over Clemson if I'd have told you those 2 things.
There was a little bit of off-season high expectations for them because of Spencer Rattler. But if you'd give me Spencer Rattler's numbers through the first 10 games,
I know,
as opposed to what he was against Clemson and Tennessee, I would have said there's no way that's where they ended up. John says, what about Jim Moore at UConn? This is the SEC Coach of the Year. I have not seen National Coach of the Year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with Heupel. I mean, they were a 10-2 team.
I don't have a problem with it, but I will say this: how long did it take for Dan Mullen, Butch Jones, and Dan Mullen to beat a top 25 team when they were in the SEC? Do you guys remember that was like a running thing?
Yeah.
Like they're 0 for whatever. I mean, this year Shane Beamer was 3-2 against ranked teams.
Yeah, but Heupel did pretty well as well, right?
Pitt was ranked, when they beat them or where they finished?
Just where they beat them.
Where they beat them, Pitt, Florida, LSU, Alabama. were all top 25 teams. Now, obviously, Pitt and Florida couldn't seal that deal, but LSU and Alabama were extremely good wins, obviously, for Heupel. Again, if I'd given you the information on Beamer that I just gave you, that he's going to beat Clemson, and the only 4 teams to finish in front of him are Alabama, Tennessee, LSU, and Georgia, you'd have said, yeah, that's your coach of the year right there. So preseason, you would have gone, I think, Beamer with what Beamer ended up doing. But once you got to see Tennessee and kind of the way that looked, that does change a little bit for Heupel. I got no problem with it.
Hendon Hooker is your SEC Offensive Player of the Year. Will Anderson is your SEC All Defensive Player of the Year. That from the Associated Press. If I said SEC, you hadn't even seen this, I don't think. So if I said SEC Freshman of the Year, voted on by the AP, not the coaches, would you have gone Perkins, LSU, Judkins, Ole Miss?
Yeah, Judkins, if you had offensive, it would have been Quinshon. If you had defensive, it would have been Harold Perkins. But overall, I would go Quinshon.
It was Quinshon Judkins at Ole Miss, and he says earlier this week he's staying at Ole Miss. That's your SEC Associated Press, all conference teams. And by the way, on the all conference team, Alabama just one offensive player on the first team, all SEC.
Well, it wasn't Bryce Young.
And it wasn't Bryce Young.
Player of the year.
It was Emil Ekiyor.
Yeah.
Wow.
And there wasn't a receiver. There wasn't a running back. That's the only offensive lineman. There wasn't a quarterback. On where Alabama was in 2020, when basically the all-SEC offensive team was the Alabama offense.
Yeah, I am shocked. I mean, look, it shows you a couple of things. You've still got a lot of talent there. They were the number 5 team, the first team out of the college football playoff. But it seems like they've missed on some of these evaluations.
Oh, there's no doubt they have.
And in today's, not only NIL, but when you've got so many transfers that are making this impact, and the transfers they brought in, I mean, you tell me, Jahmyr Gibbs was an impact guy.
Yeah, second team all SEC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it, right?
Steen
was okay.
Steen was okay.
Ricks was okay when he played. Harold did nothing.
Yeah.
No, they struck out in the portal.
Yeah. Burton was underwhelming.
Yep.
All right, so speaking of the portal, some new names and stuff since we left the show yesterday, which should be a trend for the next couple of days. We'll talk about that. Our friends at Redmont Distilling Redmont Vodka want to remind you this holiday season, they're rolling through drinks every day. It's the 25 drinks of Christmas, something like that, right?
So what was the drink you were going to do until I brought up their drink yesterday?
I was going to do the Tipsy Reindeer.
Today is the Tipsy Reindeer.
Wow. How about that? How about that? As Rudolph would say, hey, let me play some reindeer games.
Day 6. Let's see if we would have the same ingredients here. We know the main ingredient would be the locally owned and operated Redmont Vodka.
I got it from the Redmont Vodka site.
Oh, okay.
That's where I was going to get it from. So it's exactly the same.
This is going to be at Munchies in Avondale. I've never heard of Munchies in Avondale. Sounds good, though.
I could have gone there last night.
You hitting the pipe again?
No.
Hitting the pipe.
Okay. 1.5 ounces of Redmont vodka, an ounce of ginger ale, half ounce of orange juice, half ounce of cranberry juice, half ounce of lemonade. A lot of juice in there.
Yeah.
I mean, hangover the next day if you drink about 15 Tipsy Reindeers.
15.
Pick up a bottle of Redmont vodka. It's local. It's made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Ask for it by name. It's Redmont vodka.
Yeah, and if you're drinking 15 Tipsy Reindeers, let us know what Mrs. Claus did to you that made you hit this bender right now. When we come back, portal names, new ones that are out there. You're listening to the next round. Remember, thumbs up wherever you're watching us. And, of course, like and subscribe everywhere. This is TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Some of the newest names into the portal. Tony Grimes, one-time five-star cornerback. He's into the portal from North Carolina. Could be interesting to keep an eye on him. A couple of tight ends from South Carolina into the portal. That includes Jaheim Bell, who has had moments from South Carolina. He's gone in there. The other ones from Alabama and some other big names. Right after LT tells us about our friends at Buzzed, B-U-Z-D. Why you do that, Watley, over in the chat room, Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, over on Twitch. We see Twitch in the chat room every day, Watley. We appreciate your inputs there. including hashtag Jimmy Pipes.
Oh, Jimmy
Not because
Pipes.
I can sing, LT. Not because I can sing.
No. Hey, look, a lot of holiday parties coming up, and if you run out of goods, guess what? Our friends at Buzz, they can bring it to you. No reason to get off the couch. Fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first-of-its-kind service. Found on your app store, Buzzed, B-U-Z-D. Use that code NEXTROUND, 15% off your first order. They've got cannabis for Jimmy Pipes, including the Delta 8. They've got alcohol, all types, tobacco. They're adding inventory constantly from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between. We bring the buzz to you. Get buzzed. Again, download that app right now, B-U-Z-D.
No surprise yesterday when Colby Wooden and Derek Hall declared to the NFL from Auburn, two future NFL players there. Hall, one of the better ones that was on that Auburn roster this past year. There was a blue check mark tweet last night about Drake May. As I searched that, I haven't seen anything official on Drake May yet.
That was fake.
That was a little sketchy. You sent that to us in our text chain.
Yep.
And I started looking at that, and I was like, I don't know if that's going to end up being. It's not true at the moment. Anyway.
No, it is not. And when you look at it, it looked like somebody was trying to pull a fast one.
Yeah, it seemed pretty sketchy at that point right there. But Drake May is a subject, somebody to keep an eye on, who did go into the portal yesterday from Alabama, included JoJo Earl, who everybody kept waiting to come back from injury and take the top off of defenses, and that has not happened. At least it will not happen in Tuscaloosa. And then he was the number one offensive line commitment the year he committed. 5-star offensive lineman Tommy Brockermeyer, who has a legacy at Texas. Both of those joined the number of Alabama players in the portal yesterday.
Now, have I missed something? Is that only one of the Brockermeyer twins that's in the portal?
That's the only one
It's the
right
one
now.
I've seen so far.
I mean, I'm not saying they're Siamese twins. They don't do everything together, but you would just think if one goes, the other one would consider, but maybe not. JoJo Earl, though, is the one, I thought that guy was going to be massive for Alabama, and he was off to a good start in 21 before he had that injury, and he then had another injury. It's unfortunate, man. I thought he was going to have a very, very bright future at Alabama.
Much like Trey Sanders, who had the injury before the freshman year in camp. Then he had a car accident. He's in the portal, has been for a while.
He has been. Yeah, I hate that for JoJo Earl, though. I mean, I just remember watching film of him in his state championship game. I believe it was at Jerry World or in Dallas. And I remember watching him and man, this kid can play. And then when we got to Alabama, he showed a lot of promise early on before that injury.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what these players do their next chapter. But we had some more yesterday nationally going in. Keaton Slovis late in the show yesterday, a guy you've been a fan of. It was a blah year at Pittsburgh.
Yeah, look, and it was – he's never been the same since the injury in the Holiday Bowl against Iowa. I mean, I don't know how to explain it, but you guys remember when JT Daniels went out and Slovis took over. Slovis was projected in the next couple of years as a top 5 guy. I mean, he looked incredible that 1 year under Clay Helton, and since then he just hasn't been the same quarterback. You know it's in him if he's healthy, but I just don't know if he ever got healthy.
Oklahoma State quarterback Spencer Sanders, who's been playing since the 90s.
He's a Max Duggan type. Maybe not with the toughness, but the way he plays, and he's got a ton of experience. Never wowed me, but he's solid.
Are you more surprised he's in the portal or he has eligibility left so he can be in the portal? I mean, you're right, Dunaway. It seems like Spencer Sanders has been quarterbacking Oak State for 15 years now.
Yeah, and then if you are a Pac-12 person or play daily fantasy, a guy who helped Arizona have one of the biggest turnarounds offensively, Arizona wide receiver Dorian Singer is in the portal as well.
Dorian Singer, he was 11th this year in receiving yards. I mean, over 1,100 yards. He's only a sophomore. He's got decent size, 6'1", 185. He's one of those guys that, Alabama needs receivers. I think they take a look at him. I think Xavier Hutchinson's got 1 more year left at Iowa State. Malachi Corley is a guy that I'm high on. Auburn fans will remember. He had 12 grabs against them this year. Those are guys that I think are going to be in the mix. I mean, I bring duffel bags to those guys and make sure we.
Let me ask you about that after after Brownie tells us about JohnstonRVCenter.com, a way to see America this year.
Take your duffel bag on the road with Johnston RV Center, Dunaway, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. You're looking for a lightweight tow behind. You're looking for a fifth wheel. You're looking for a Hara, Cardinal. All those right now. They got the new 23s. They've still got some 22s to get rid of. They don't want to hold on to those, so you're going to get a great deal. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Wadley would like to see NC State transfer Devin Leary in Tuscaloosa. Elbert asked, do you guys think Alabama goes after a quarterback?
Yes.
In the portal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I do.
I'll stick with Hudson Card. We'll see.
It wouldn't surprise me. On that topic, have you seen the comments?
Okay, Hudson Card would be the worst quarterback Alabama has had since Blake Sims.
My gosh, Lance, that's a long time ago.
God, mark that, Forrester, just in case Hudson Card comes in and wins the Heisman.
You don't like Hudson Card, Lance? I don't.
No, I think he's a solid quarterback, but I mean, it would be a major downgrade.
So on the quarterback transfer, because I know Lance likes this guy, Dave Clawson, the Wake coach, was asked about Sam Hartman. So Lance, Sam Hartman would be an upgrade.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Boy, though it is hard for me to get past. What was that game where he turned it over 15 times?
Oh,
they had like 7 turnovers.
Yeah, it was 3 interceptions, 3 fumbles
Louisville
in the second half.
Yeah, Louisville. That's right. Dave Clawson asked about Sam Hartman. This is a quote from Chris Hummer, 24/7 Sports. I think right now his intention is to go to the NFL. But when the bowl game is over, if there is some incredible offer for him to go to another school and get life-changing money, how could we fault him for that?
How could we fault him for that?
This would be his 6th year, by the way, in college football.
Yeah. Game manager, you need those kind of guys, right? In some places. If you got
Game manager. Sam Hartman.
Well, when you're that old, right? Clay Travis is standing by. We'll ask him about everything that's gone down in the week since we last talked to him. Don't forget, our friends at Ghost Energy Drinks get you going every day. I love the citrus flavor, but you can check out all the variety, including some great childhood memories, Warheads and Sour Patch Kids and different flavors out there. It's Ghost Energy Drinks, wherever you get your energy drinks or refreshment on the way to work in the morning or pick me up at night, especially if you're in the classroom, right? Ghost Energy Drink, keeping you alert.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
The real estate market is crazier than it has ever been. ERA King has 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35620 to get started. That's the word MOVE to 35620. It's a crazy market. That's why you need our friends at ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the next round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the next round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, here we go. Hour number 2, Clay Travis in just a second. One note, we have passed the milestone of 1,000 players in the FBS in the portal over the last 24 hours. There are 13,000, according to Dennis Dodd, there are 13,000 FBS players. So 1 in 13 of them sit in the portal as we bring in Clay Travis, the show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Wayne's.
866-WAYNES-1 is the number to call to get on Envirolon. Listen, pest control in your house, termite control, all those things. But Envirolon's so important right now. If you want your yard to look the best it can in spring and summer, Envirolon is key because the fall shutdown season is happening right now. You need to make sure the proper nutrients and pre-emergents are in the soil and the root system for your yard to come back the best it can in spring and summer. 866-WAYNES-1 is the number to call. That's 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Use code TNR and we'll pay for your first month. You get 12 months for the price of 11. Envirolon when you use code TNR at 866-WAYNES-1. Clay Travis is the founder of Outkick. You see him on Fox Sports, and he is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing well, thanks a lot. I don't want to pick a scab, and I know you, like a lot of people, didn't think Tennessee should be ranked behind Alabama. Neither one of them are getting in. But my gosh, that South Carolina loss cost Tennessee everything. They were in the playoff today without that South Carolina game.
Same thing for Clemson.
Yep, no doubt.
I mean, honestly, South Carolina knocked Tennessee and Clemson out of the playoff. And look, I mean, it was a costly loss, one that will probably sting for a long time. But I always try to say, the individual weeks you can be frustrated. At the end of the season, if I had come on and told you guys that Tennessee was going to go 10-2, make the Orange Bowl, beat Alabama, and finish second in the SEC, which is one of the things that I would encourage the SEC to look at, and I've been on this for a while, and I'll circle back to it in a little bit, then I think most people would have thought I was crazy. I think I'm correct that the over-under for Tennessee wins was 7.5. So, look, Josh Heupel was way ahead of, I think, where reasonable expectations could have been in year two. The South Carolina loss will sting, but it also doesn't take away from the fact that in November, Tennessee was number one in the college football playoff rankings. I believe the first week that they came out, which is something that I don't think anybody anticipated. And now the question will be, to what extent can Josh Heupel demonstrate that this 10-2 season wasn't an outlier and that he has Tennessee back to, top 10 caliber program status, and that'll be what they work on starting next year.
Clay, I really thought after TCU lost, I know it was a close loss, but I thought after they lost, they would have dropped them to 4, and we would have seen the rematch with Michigan and Ohio State. I mean, for Georgia to have the season they had,
yeah,
and to draw Ohio State, it seems like they got shafted on that.
Well, I mean, it's basically the championship game from an odds maker perspective, right? Because Ohio State would be favored over both TCU and Michigan, and certainly Georgia is going to be favored over all three. So in a college basketball tournament, this wouldn't happen, right? You would say, okay, these are our 4 playoff teams, and that's what I thought they might do. Then you reassess and say, okay, there should be a clear benefit to the number one. Now, you can also say the clear benefit to number one is Georgia is still getting to play in Atlanta. That should be a huge home field advantage. They've already played in that stadium. What they played in Atlanta twice this past year, didn't they, against Oregon and against so this will be a third time that they'll be playing in that venue. I do think there's a benefit to that. That familiarity, I think, gives them a little bit of an advantage. And I think they'll beat Ohio State. Frankly, I just, what we saw happen to Ohio State down the stretch, I mean, they didn't look good in several of their games. And Ohio State seems somewhat similar to Tennessee in terms of the offensive attack that they have. And Georgia has really elite cornerbacks and safeties, and can match up there, I think, even against Marvin Harrison Jr., who's probably the best wide receiver in all of college football this year. So it's going to be, I think, intriguing to see how that shakes out. But I agree with you. I think it should be Georgia against TCU and then Michigan-Ohio State rematch.
If Clay Travis was the commissioner of everything college football, is the portal a problem or not a problem? Because some people paint it as a problem and some people paint it as an opportunity.
Well, I think the problem that you've got is you basically have unfettered free agency in college football. And that doesn't exist in any other sport. And I think it's going to be a mess for a lot of players. And so I don't know what the easy solution is. My suggestion would be, hey, when you sign with a school, you have to stay 3 years. For instance, so long as you're eligible, you get a guaranteed scholarship. I'm just kind of spitballing here. And then you get the opportunity to transfer. I think that the big thing that a lot of people have not contemplated, the analogy that I made is basically the Berlin Wall came down. And if you remember when the Berlin Wall came down in communist countries, suddenly they had complete free markets, and people were like, I'm going to sell my kidney. Like there's no the idea is that everything is suddenly possible because there's so much joy and excitement over freedom, and the markets are completely unrestrained. And that's where we are right now. So I think it's not only NIL existing, which I have no problem with, and it's not only the transfer portal existing, which I have no problem with. It's the combination of everything changing all at once. And I think the most significant is the elimination of you have to sit out a year in order to transfer rule, right? Because effectively what that's done is a lot of times, guys, let's say you're unhappy because you're behind somebody. Well, you'll sit there and you'll look at the depth chart and you'll say, man, I'm going to be a sophomore and I'm number 3 on the depth chart. Well, that's going to stink. And then maybe you think about transferring, but you're like, man, I don't want to sit out for a year in order to be able to play. I'm going to tough it out here and work hard and try to end up on the depth chart higher. I think now what you see is if somebody finds their pathway the least bit blocked, or they're the least bit unhappy, boom, I'm going to enter into the transfer portal. And I think also what you're going to see is, what are we, over 1,000 players in the transfer portal right now?
Yep.
A lot of these guys don't have better options, right? And that's the part of this that I think will be challenging going forward, because you're going to have some guys who are like, I'll enter the transfer portal. They got somebody in their ear telling them, oh, man, remember when you were a recruit, you were this, you were that. And then you get in the transfer portal, and there's not that many people who are interested. And you're like, well, maybe the grass isn't always greener. So I think the solution on some level, they have to figure out, do they want to have – this doesn't exist in any other sport, right? Like you don't have perpetual free agency for every single athlete. It literally doesn't exist anywhere else. And so I think that's going to be a big challenge. And then I think, the other thing we have to contemplate, nobody seems to even ever raise it as an issue, but usually, like, take it outside of athletics. Usually if you transfer to another school, it's really difficult to get your credits in order, to actually manage to get a major, to actually graduate, right? No one seems to be talking about this from an academic perspective at all, but it is a big deal to just suddenly up and move to a new school, leaving aside athletics. Athletics, to me, makes it even more complicated in some way, because, you show up and you're not even really, basically a student. And maybe the answer is just, and this is what I've written, they just need to spin off all college football programs and make them for-profit institutions, as opposed to connecting them to universities at all, like they have, for an analogy, with the hospitals. If you go to the University of Alabama, I'm not 100% sure on this, but I know, for instance, Vanderbilt University and most university hospitals they still have the name of the university in them, but they're for profit, right? They're not run by the university anymore. They're independent. I almost think there's an analogy there for the football and major men's athletics programs, that you could spin those off and turn them into for-profit ventures. Why would that matter? Then you could have a collective bargaining agreement, which is what every other pro sport in America has, so that, you couldn't move. Now, having said all that, basically what we have for the players is what we've had for the college football coaches for a long time. Because in a college football coach, Nick Saban, when Auburn's job was open, if he had wanted to, he could have become Auburn's head football coach if Nick Saban had wanted to do it. That kind of lack of restraint is pretty crazy in almost any highly paid profession. I've talked about this for as long as I can remember being a media person. So basically what we have is players and coaches are on the same field. All of them can move from one year to the next. And the last thing I'll say on this is, it definitely makes signing day matter far less, because it used to be, hey, signing day is when you set the team of your future. Now, all those kids that you sign, a year from now, they could decide they don't want to be with you anymore. And you could decide, frankly, hey, we don't want these guys anymore either. So I think it changes the dynamics in a really big way. That can be for good. Look at USC. Lincoln Riley was able to turn them into a near playoff contender almost overnight. Certainly there are players, look at Gibbs at Alabama this year, that had really big impacts on teams that they would have otherwise never been able to play on this year. But I think it certainly complicates the larger college football picture.
Clay Travis with us, Fox Sports. He is the founder of Outkick. At Clay Travis on Twitter. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I'm curious, I don't know if you addressed what you, in the first question you answered, you mentioned Tennessee finished second. If you stack up all the teams, work the tiebreakers, Tennessee finished second in the SEC. And you said the SEC needed to address something. What did you want them to address?
Oh, I think the SEC and the Big Ten need to do away with division.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think that's coming, yeah.
Yeah, we know it's inevitable probably when Texas and Oklahoma get here, maybe as soon as when we expand the 12-team college football playoff, which I'm in favor of. But let me circle to the 12, back to the 12 in a sec. But I think the idea of divisions has to give up the ghost.
Yeah.
It's far past time. And by the way, what we haven't seen yet, but I think we are going to see, and this is going to be a complicating factor, you're going to have a star quarterback who is unhappy with his NIL deal walk in and say, hey, I'm not playing in this rivalry game unless I get $1 million. I'm telling you, it's going to happen. And that is going to, I think, or, hey, star player makes the 12-team playoff, but he is going to be a top, 10 pick. We've seen, obviously, a lot of people say, hey, you know what, peace out, I'm not playing in the bowl game. I don't disagree with that. But what happens when those star players start saying, hey, I don't want to play for another month. The 12-game season is enough. I'm a top 10 guy. I don't really care about the playoff. Fans are going to care a lot about the playoff. But as soon as the players start to recognize the risk and value and reward and turn into default professionals, then I think you could see that, right? I mean, can you imagine a situation when Bryce Young walks in and says, I know this Iron Bowl is kind of a big deal to people. If I don't get $1 million, I'm just going to sit it out, though. I'm ready to go pro. And I'm just tossing him out because he's a Heisman Trophy caliber player who would be worth a lot. And I'm sure there are a lot of coaches right now having meetings with their top players, or the players are walking in and saying, Coach, I'm going to put my name in the transfer portal unless you get me $2 million this year in the offseason. There are a lot of complexities for coaches in particular that didn't exist beforehand.
All right, he is Clay Travis, Outkick.com. You can see him on Twitter at Clay Travis, see him on Fox Sports as well. Thank you for the time, Clay. We'll see you next week.
Hey, appreciate y'all. Thanks a lot.
All right, buddy. Clay with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
A lot more on what Clay just said after LT tells us about our friends at Hemp Hill Services, keep things running right, flowing right, and draining right. And then we have some thoughts about what Clay said, and I've got a thought on conference championship games. LT?
Yeah, look, disaster can strike at any moment. It's happened to the majority of us up here at Double Down Media, and when it happens, the first call we make, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. What I was going to say is I do not believe that's ever going to happen. I cannot imagine.
Oh, the $1 million for a quarterback.
Yeah, a quarterback going in. I mean, because they would be getting a blanket party, if you guys remember Full Metal Jacket, from teammates. I mean, you're not going to hold your team hostage in a rivalry game for more money. That would be ludicrous.
Well, I don't go absolutes. There'll always be 1% for anything to happen, including your asteroid. But I'm not going to go 100%. But I agree with you. I do not think it's a possibility. What I do wonder, though, is and I don't want divisions anymore either. My question becomes, what about these conference championship games? Because if we're doing away with divisions, then we really don't have a Cinderella opportunity like LSU to be in this championship game. We're going to have the two highest ranked teams at that point.
Yeah, and a lot of people are asking if the schedules were the same, Tennessee beat Alabama and LSU head to head, they would have finished second on tiebreakers and would have played Georgia again.
Yeah, but Tennessee also was already comfortably into the 12-team college football playoff of the future when we get there in 2024. So what are we doing these conference championship games for? It would have been a rematch of Ohio State and Michigan. Mm-hmm. Both of them were already in there. Even after the loss of Ohio State and Michigan, another loss for either one of those teams, likely both of them would still be.
But not Tennessee.
But Tennessee, would have knocked them out.
I think so, yeah, with 3 losses.
But Utah and Kansas State were both in, right?
Well, they were out.
They played their way in. And
Utah was probably in.
Neither one of them would have played in their conference championship game.
Yeah, Utah was in, but the loss would have knocked them out.
And Utah, too, because they didn't have divisions this year.
Yeah, Utah was in. The loss would have probably knocked them out.
Yeah, I don't know. They got an automatic bid.
They got automatic because they beat USC, but it would have been a huge gamble by the Pac-12. The Pac-12 could have ended up with one team. I mean, if Utah had gotten beat, you may only have USC in there.
I don't know how you guys felt, but outside of Friday night and early Saturday morning, Pac-12, Big 12, these games meant absolutely nothing to me. I was watching them, but it was so boring.
We went to dinner during the Georgia game. I mean, the Georgia game was just – it was tune out. Yeah. I mean, I went. Now I got huge numbers here in Birmingham, by the way, but the
only thing I was looking for was Georgia to cover down the stretch.
I took the family to dinner, and I figure, maybe Purdue, Michigan will surprise me.
Yeah, and hats off. I mean, in the past though, the Pac-12 game and the Big 12 game has had very little interest, and the SEC has always had great interest because it seemed like it was a portal to a championship game or into the playoffs. Now it seems that the best of the championship game model has always been the SEC championship game. Moving forward without divisions, it seems like it'll be the one that's hurt the most. While it may help a couple of the others.
So what would you do?
I don't know.
Because if you're the Big 12, it was your pathway to getting 2 teams in.
That's right.
So the gamble was worth it for the Big 12. TCU still got a bye in the playoff, and Kansas State's in the playoff.
I guess we're just going to do the SEC championship game, and all it will matter is seeding.
And let the chips fall where they may, right? If we lose a team, we lose a team. There are going to be some years we gain a team. LSU had a chance to be that team.
I just don't see a scenario, Brown, where we're going to lose an SEC team. I mean, if you're talking about getting 3 sometime, 3 seems automatic. If you're talking about 3, maybe 4, the 2 teams that are playing there in that championship game, I don't think it's going to fall all the way out.
I don't think we're ever going to lose a team. You may lose a bye.
Yeah.
Well,
maybe a home game. Not even likely a home game.
LSU, if they wouldn't have lost A&M, where would they have been ranked?
Well, that would have been one of those where you could have lost a team. Yeah.
But they wouldn't have been in.
Yeah. What do you mean?
They wouldn't have been in the conference championship game. And I don't think they would have been in the playoffs, right?
They'd have been if they beat A&M.
Oh, if they beat A&M, yeah.
That's
what I'm saying. But I'm talking about what happened on the field.
Okay, I got you.
With what happened on the field, if Georgia and Tennessee had played and Georgia had beaten Tennessee, Tennessee would have still been in.
Yeah.
Alabama would have been in.
Yeah.
I don't think we would have lost a team.
Yeah. But to Lance's point, let's just assume it was the same thing that happened this year and LSU was in. That A&M loss would have created a situation where they – or even without the A&M loss, maybe that's their 3rd loss. They might have gotten knocked out. They might have been a team in the playoff that got knocked out had they beaten A&M. See what I'm saying? I mean, so you can see a scenario where you could lose a team because of the conference championship game.
Yeah. All right, the show continues on. When we come back, we will get to our 4 downs today and a lot more. Gutter Cap brings you part of the show. A little bit more of what is going on later after LT tells us about Gutter Cap.
Yeah, look, leaves are still falling out there. The last thing you want to do, the dirty, dangerous job of cleaning the gutters out. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. 20-year service record for my friend Chris Stewart right here in Birmingham. Stay off dangerous ladders forever. Right now, an end-of-the-year special for the Next Round viewer and listener. Call Chris Stewart for more information on that, 205-823-2212. That's 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Brown has some thoughts on the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Other stuff, 4 downs. Linebacker Drew Sanders, one time at Alabama, now with Arkansas, has announced he is on his way to the NFL draft. He's entering the draft. Will be a high draft pick. He increased his stock a lot this season. We're back in a moment on the Next Round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the next round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Back with you on the next round. A couple other late portal entries, or most recent portal entries. Miami running back Jalen Knighton, a couple years ago, really good. Banged up this year down at Miami. He's in the portal. And then another quarterback that surprises us that has any eligibility left.
JT Daniels, according to Pete Thamel, is in the transfer portal, the one-time USC, most recently West Virginia quarterback who, again, I'll go Spencer Sanders on this one. I'm surprised most that JT Daniels has another year to play.
This would be his fourth school.
Yeah, started at Georgia, right?
USC, Georgia.
Yeah, USC, then Georgia. Then
West Virginia, and now wherever he goes.
And this will be his 6th year. You know, and it really the only good year he had, and I don't even want to call it a good year, it was so inconsistent, was his true freshman year at SC in 18.
Yep. When he came in for who got injured?
No, he started the year, and then the next year, first game against Fresno, he gets injured, and Keaton Slovis comes in.
That's right, yeah.
And then he never got the job back.
Backyardalabama.com is the website to get the perfect gift right there. Ashley's reacting like you guys. How the heck does JT Daniels have eligibility
amazing,
left?
Really?
Yeah. I mean, he was the best quarterback during the second Bush term.
You want me to further blow your mind?
It's a time joke.
I got you. You want me to further blow your mind?
Yep.
Pete Thamel says he actually could have 2 years left, that he could technically get a medical redshirt for the year Lance had talked about in 19. So wherever he goes, he could have 2 more years.
Have we ever talked about, I mean, has the player ever had 7 years?
That's what he's about to get,
I think we had one this year.
Yeah.
Like, was there an offensive lineman at Auburn who I don't think he came back for he had the opportunity, I think, to come back next year for his 7th year or this year for his 7th year. Backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, the website for that wonderful backyard adventure playground in your backyard.
that will just entertain your kids year-round, not just a Christmas gift, a holiday gift this time of year, but it'll be something they'll use in April, in May, June, July. How about August, Rockstar? Can you get and play in the backyard in August?
You can. I'm looking right now. Definitely.
Yeah, August. The weather in September, October. It's a year-round gift, backyardalabama.com. Wherever you're watching us today, whether you're watching us up in Coleman, Huntsville, Fort Payne, Alabama, Christmas in Dixie, Fort Payne,
Alabama,
Atlanta, Birmingham, Montgomery. Go to this website, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, and check out a location near you. They've also got alley-oop trampolines, goal setter basketball goals, or you can call them up 205-408-4FUN. They set it up, 100% cedar, lifetime warranties, really quality stuff right there. Landscaping and maintenance programs. It's all right there, backyardalabama.com. Brown, you had noticed something over in the chat room, the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room you wanted to bring up again. What was that?
It was a Facebook comment, and I have lost the name, and I apologize for that, but one of our Facebook viewers said, why not just take the conference championship weekends and make them another regular season weekend and let everybody play?
Well, one of the plans that's in the works that will not happen until we get the new TV contract, which will be 2026, but may happen sooner, may happen in 2024, is that week 0, everybody will play. Of which I will point out at that point, we no longer will call it week 0. We'll call it, wait for it, week 1.
Yes, which I would hope that's the case.
But that week 0 week, which is a week before everyone else plays.
So basically the Saturday before Labor, or the Saturday before Labor Day, last Saturday of August, as it turns out.
That's
pretty
right.
much, yeah.
Is going to end up being a full week of play so that the calendar works itself out down the stretch.
Will there be 2 byes?
But if we do that, as people are suggesting, at that point, then we've got the conference championship games on Thanksgiving weekend, and nobody wants that.
No.
So I don't think, I think we are tied because of Thanksgiving to that championship weekend being that weekend.
But if you make that another regular season weekend.
If we ditch the conference championship games and just end this regular season without conference championship games, as the world did it 1991 and before, we would end on Thanksgiving weekend and have the potential to start a round of playoffs the weekend we call championship weekend now.
And just set your tiebreakers for like this year, you wouldn't even need the tiebreakers in the SEC. Georgia would have been your conference champion. Pretty easy. But you just set up tiebreakers. You name a conference champion.
Or co-champion.
That may make it tricky for the playoff committee. They want a conference champion because the top 4 get the bye, so it would benefit the conference to name a conference champion. We've seen that with Big 12 before. And in that case, I guess you could add an extra bye week. Everybody's concerned about these players playing more. Give them another bye week. Have 2 bye weeks.
I've got 2 really good T-shirt ideas. Lunsford is out today. Would somebody write this down so we can pitch them to him when we come back?
All right.
Yeah.
Put it in store today. Got it.
Okay. Save week 0. You know how we always have save the whatever?
Yeah.
Save week 0. And also Portal Hangover. Those 2 T-shirts. Save week 0, Portal Hangover. A Portal Hangover T-shirt would be really a hot seller, I think. What do you guys think? Portal Hangover.
I mean, I'm not going to wear either, but.
Just so brutal.
No, I'm just being honest.
Lance will just shoot you right between the
Tyler,
eyes.
you see 1, 2, 3, the third row, that gray T-shirt right near the blue one. Can you go grab that one real quick?
What about Patrick says, would you consider Portal
far end, against the wall, right by the blue one, far end. There we go, way back there.
All the way in the back corner.
It's the warehouse.
Portal Combat is what Patrick says. What about Portal Combat with a K?
Patrick, better. Portal Combat.
Yeah.
Finish them.
Yeah. Portal Combat.
Yeah.
I like Portal Combat.
Portal Combat's better.
All right, so what did you want
Can you hold up that one?
Yeah.
What does that one say?
That says, good coaches win, great coaches cover. You can get that in the Next Round store. Good coaches win, great coaches cover.
Now, that's a great T-shirt.
Next Round store. Was that your idea?
It was not.
Oh.
No. And for the record, I never said it should be a T-shirt.
Yeah.
I hope a lot of people buy them, but I just said it was something that I stated.
Right.
Good coaches win, great coaches cover.
It's a great T-shirt. But I digress. Portal Combat is the way I would go. I
that's
like
where
that.
You go, Portal Combat?
See, and that's the way this thing, I like to call this the poke holes in it.
Right.
Part of our presentation, young Nancy taught us that.
That's how we ended up the next round.
That's how we ended up with the next round. I threw out an idea. We put it on the board. We poked holes in it, and we came up with Portal Combat, which is better than portal hangover.
Dave says finish them has to go on the back. What about finance them?
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, I think
There
we've
we go.
stumbled into a good T-shirt now.
There we go. That's it. That's perfect. Lunsford, I know you're hanging your head over a barrel right now, but can you get that one in the store today? Let's do 4 downs. It's brought to you by Vulcan Tires. Wherever. Patrick, by the way, he gave us the T-shirt winning Ozark logo one, which is an iconic.
It might look like Ozark, but it's not Ozark at all.
No. It's an O. It's an O.
That's right.
Yeah, whatever. But it's not Ozark if you're watching.
Nope.
But Patrick gave us that one, and then Portal Combat. Finance them is going to be a good one. Vulcan Tires, always fantastic.
Yeah, hey, look, 5 great locations to service you and your family. They're locally owned and operated. Anything you need, bumper to bumper for your vehicle this holiday season before you hit the road, make sure you stop in, see the guys. Again, that newest location in Pell City. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More surprising year one, Brian Kelly at LSU or Mario Cristobal at Miami?
I might go Mario Cristobal. That was so bad.
It is a terrible disappointment because he didn't have to replace quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, when you got a quarterback, that's a good place to start, right? And Knighton was a good running back. He's in the portal today. Now, he had some injuries, but he was almost 1,000-yard rusher. He was back. They had some talent. And they were in an ACC that was just not overwhelmingly dominant.
Yeah, they finished in their division behind Duke and Georgia Tech, which is really, really hard to believe. I told Dunaway this, Lance. I saw it the Monday after the Iron Bowl, the Monday after Rivalry Saturday, that Miami provides buses from campus to Hard Rock Stadium. And I don't know that this is the first time ever. I don't know how many buses normally run. 0 buses ran. Not one student showed up to take the bus from the University of Miami.
Ernie, where are you?
Stadium.
We're still out here at the stadium waiting on bus number 1.
Not one student.
And that's
Laverne,
shocking
I'm telling you, nobody's on the bus. So you want me to drive the bus out there?
You know, we Ubered a few times, and that Uber from Hard Rock to
Coral Gables.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it was Coral Gables, but where we were was like a $45 Uber.
Yeah. Not one. Well, I don't think they Ubered either, Lance. My point is, nobody went. They didn't have students going on the bus from campus to Hard Rock Stadium. That is an indictment on where Mario Cristobal had this team.
Second down.
More surprising year one, Mike Elko at Duke or Lincoln Riley at USC?
I would say Lincoln Riley at USC. What they end up with 2 losses. They're 10-2 team. I think we
11-2.
11-2. Okay, that's right. Conference champ. I think we mentioned 10-2, maybe 11-2 was a possibility, but that was high end. He met expectations. We've seen Duke be good, maybe not this good. Mike Elko taking the job. I think we all said, why would you take this job? You probably could get a better first job if you hang out a little bit. Elko was good, but I'm a slight advantage with Lincoln Riley.
But I'll take it a step further with Elko. I'm just looking at his losses right here to remind myself. Kansas was their most one-sided loss of the year, 35-27. These other losses, they lost by 3 at Georgia Tech, by 3 against North Carolina, and by 2 at Pitt. I mean, Duke was a hair away.
They were 2 possessions away from being undefeated.
Yeah,
16 points away from undefeated.
It's crazy. I may go Mike Elko.
I think I would go Elko.
What Riley did was terrific, but Mike Elko, man, that was a heck of a first year.
I did not see that coming at all.
No.
Third down.
Okay, better job year 2, Clark Lee at Vanderbilt or Steve Sarkisian at Texas?
I mean, Clark Lee at Vandy. Clark Lee exceeded expectations. Sark probably to a very, very small degree underwhelmed. He was under expectations.
Yeah, but they're what are they? They got 8 wins?
They're 8-4, 6-3 in conference. I think people expect more than 8-4, 6-3, and not a ton more, but at least 1 win more.
I think that sort of is what everybody says. That would be a expected year for Texas. Not a good year, not exceeding expectations. I think that was the expectations. They were not a bowl team last year or the year before that, if I'm right. And now they are an 8-4 team comfortably into a bowl. Meanwhile, Clark Lee, the over-under was 2.5 in Vegas, the win, and he met that in September.
Yeah.
And then he won back-to-back SEC games. Clark Lee, much more impressive.
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm
surprising.
saying. I agree.
I would agree.
I was just
Fourth down.
defending a little.
Working it out.
Yeah, but defending a little bit of the 8-4
Okay,
Texas.
okay.
You were downplaying Texas 8-4. Not good. Just it met expectations.
Celebrity birthdays. Giannis Antetokounmpo is 28 today, the Greek freak. Judd Apatow is 54. Ultimately, better career, Apatow or Antetokounmpo?
I'm just going to be honest. I haven't followed Apatow's career very much, so I'll go to
I'll
Greek
give
freak.
you a couple of things. 40-year-old virgin, wrote and direct. Knocked Up, wrote and direct.
Bridesmaids.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Judd Apatow, is what I always call him. Apatow, however you say it.
Did he do Bridesmaids?
Didn't he?
I don't think he did.
I like his movies.
She did Bridesmaids, the Kristen Wiig.
She directed it.
I don't know if she directed.
Yeah, I'm still going Greek freak. You didn't.
The NBA does not resonate much with me, so I'll go Judd Apatow.
He did Celtic Pride too, or he wrote it. I didn't realize
Was that Damon Wayans and Daniel Stern?
Yeah, I've never seen it. But
I don't want to spoil it for you.
Yeah, it
really
doesn't look good. Fun with Dick and Janie wrote.
I did like that one. Now, that's the remake, but it was Jim Carrey and
Tia
Leone.
Leone.
He did Trainwreck.
Yeah, Trainwreck, Pineapple Express, Funny People, This Is 40, King of Staten Island, which I didn't like, and Working on the Bubble. But also produced The Cable Guy, a bunch of stuff, Anchorman. He's had a good career, really, and he's married to Leslie Mann, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, This Is 40. Leslie Mann's in that, right?
Yep, she is.
Yeah. Is that where they met?
But I think his first role with her was in 40-Year-Old Virgin. When she's at the club and she's wants some French toast, remember? And she takes Steve Carell,
They're in that.
throws up all over him.
Oh God, shrimp cocktail.
Yeah.
And that is 4 Downs today, brought to you by
Our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 5 locations, newest location in Pell City. Anything you need, bumper to bumper from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more, they can handle for you and your family. Stop in, see them. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
I can just tell you over the last 3 days of refreshing these transfer portal things that are out there, there are people that's their full-time job now at major college football programs.
Should be.
Watching who's in the portal. I don't know if that is the worst job in college football, but it's one of them to me.
I think it's Sal Sinceri in Tuscaloosa still that's doing it, and I don't know who.
All due respect, I don't see Sal touching a computer keyboard.
You don't think so? You think that's a title?
I don't think he's refreshing crap.
Well,
Somebody else is refreshing. He may be watching it on a big screen. Refresh that one, Brownie. Refresh it again.
Click on his film.
Yeah. But I don't see Sal sitting at a computer.
Do you think Sal has watched any film on Devin Leary?
Yes, I'm going to say a yes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know if he fits in what they want to do in Tuscaloosa or anywhere else in the SEC, but good quarterback when he's healthy, isn't he?
Very good.
Very good quarterback. All right, when we come back, Rockstar's View Menu and a lot more still to come. John Parker Wilson at 11:45 Central. Connor O'Gara will educate us at 12 noon Central. By the way, Bo Nix has made an announcement about his bowl game availability. I'll tell you what that is after I tell you about our friends at Way to Wellness. If you're looking to get healthy, lower that blood pressure number, lower that cholesterol number, lower that weight number, you can do it with our friends at Way to Wellness. Leslie, her board-certified team are fantastic. They're sports fans, too. So you can sit there and talk sports with them before you start talking about bettering your life. They literally saved my life a few years ago. High cholesterol, high blood pressure, 45 pounds overweight. Got all that in line by using the Way to Wellness program. The website is simple. You just type in the phrase aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That'll take you there. You'll find out 3 important things. 1, no contract. So if you don't like what you're doing, you can quit anytime. No sign-up fee, and you get a free consultation. So no out-of-pocket money to talk to Leslie and her team. It is aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Dan Lanning, saying Bo Nix will play in the bowl game against North Carolina. Bo is one of those guys that has a year if he wants to come back and play.
That tells me he's coming back, obviously.
Do you think he's coming back, or do you think he's moving to the NFL?
I think he's coming back, and I'll go ahead and tell you, Bo Nix coming back next year will be one of your lead Heisman candidates.
No Kenny Dillingham, though. That's a twist.
I know, that does hurt, and they replaced him with the guy from UTSA. But I think he'll be one of your, I think early on the odds, Lance, he'll be one of your Heisman favorites.
Yeah, I could see him being the top 10 of the odds.
Yeah.
I could see that.
I mean, if you look at all the guys that are in New York right now, there are by and large all gone, aren't they?
Look, and he had an opportunity. If they don't, blow a lead against Oregon State, and I'm trying to think, the Washington game, they win those 2 games. There's a chance he's in New York.
Much more when we come back right here in the next round.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken. It's time to race around Talladega and help out Toys for Tots. It's happening 9-1 December 10th. That's this Saturday at the Talladega Superspeedway. For a $50 donation per vehicle, you can drive around the track for 3 full, exhilarating laps with all donations going towards Toys for Tots. It's also free to attend and explore the Talladega Garage experience. We encourage everyone who attends to bring a new unwrapped toy for Toys for Tots. Learn more at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the Vaughan, Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Birmingham Squadron's back in action tonight down at the Legacy Arena. Squadron tickets, easy to get, Ticketmaster.com. Ticketmaster.com, 205-719-0850, 719-0850 for your tickets year-round. It is the Texas Legends in town tonight, the Mavericks minor league team. Memphis Hustle in town Thursday night. So you get a couple opportunities to see the Squadron this week. Kyra Lewis and Jordan Swing and others in the lineup. It's Mental Health Awareness Night tonight with the Squadron. And then Thursday is the holiday celebration featuring Santa and Mrs. Claus that'll be in town.
How about that?
Yeah, before their big days come up, they'll be in Birmingham at the Squadron game.
Guy's schedule's going to be tight
Oh,
right now.
man.
too.
I mean, it's a busy time for him to make room for the Squadron.
And they'll be doing a teddy bear toss to support local charities at the Christmas thing. Both tips Tuesday and Thursday night, 7 o'clock. The Squadron against the Texas Legends tonight and the Memphis Hustle coming up on Thursday night.
That was pretty cool. I went to the UAB game Sunday, and they did the teddy bear toss. And I did not know it was coming up. So we come in, and the guy in front of us is a guy and his wife, and they've got this big stuffed animal sitting next to him. I was like, is that like emotional support animal or something like that?
Right. It would have been a weird thing if I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, I mean, it's alarming, but still.
New Life Art, LT, I'll tell you about New Life Art in just a second. Rockstar's viewing menu right now. What you got happening tonight, Rocky?
Tonight is Tuesday, 8 p.m. on NBC. You got the People's Choice Awards, hosted by
Peyton Manning,
Chris Rock,
Keenan Thompson.
Oh, good for Keenan.
Thank you. He's only been on Saturday Night Live for 26 years?
Yeah, he's had a run.
And then 8:10 on HDNet from 2001. Robert De Niro, Ed Norton, Marlon Brando, Lance.
The Score.
There you go. The Score from 2001.
Filmed in Montreal.
Brando's
last role.
Directed by Frank Oz, who absolutely hated Marlon Brando. Hated him, and he refused to talk to him. So he called him Miss Piggy, and he would only take orders from. He would tell De Niro to say, "Hey, tell Miss Piggy that I'm not doing that scene," or he would do that in front of and Marlon gained a little weight for that role.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting the way that thing played out. I thought Edward Norton was really good.
Incredible.
Yeah, he doesn't do enough stuff.
No, he does. He's a huge Pearl Jam fan. And then HBO Max Amsterdam. In the 1930s, three friends witness a murder and are framed for it and uncover one of the most outrageous plots in American history. This is the one with Margot Robbie, Christian Bale, Chris Rock, all these stars, and it bombed.
I wasn't going to go see it in the theater. I wonder if I'll watch it at some point over the next 270 days.
It's like a dark comedy. It just doesn't look interesting to me.
I'm
a
not
star-studded
interested.
cast doesn't really attract me to a film.
Yeah, when you clutter a trailer where you have no idea what's going on, typically that's going to equate to a bad
you should see the trailer for the new Indiana Jones. It is a cluster.
Well, because they're talking about how much they age him, or not age him, de-age him, yeah.
Because it's like it starts where Last Crusade ends, and they had to de-age him a lot. It's just a lot going on.
Well, that new 1923, I saw the trailer for that, and Harrison Ford and Helen Mirren can't even hold a gun. They're so old.
It's awful.
I'm like, I don't know how this is going to work.
Gotta tie the gun to his head.
Get off my wagon. And that's what's happening.
That's what Rockstar is watching. It's brought to you by New Life.
Hey, and right now, you get a free Iron Bowl Gold Open Edition book with any purchase. The Iron Bowl Gold relives 41 years of traditional Iron Bowl at Birmingham's historic Legion Field. Each game depicted an original watercolor painting by sports artist Daniel A. Moore, documented through articles from the Birmingham News, described by commentary from legendary sportscaster Keith Jackson. No code needed. The free gift will automatically appear in your shopping cart when $20 has been added. Go to newlifeart.com or DanielMooreArt.com.
As Carson says, who doesn't want to see an 80-year-old man do an action movie?
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Liam Neeson's getting up there, man.
How old is he?
I would say he's 70.
Yeah, I mean, he's still doing these roles where my memory's been wiped.
If I go and watch Harrison Ford in an action flick, instead of the soda and popcorn ad they run before, is Metamucil part of it right there? Do they do Target?
He does he's in a bathtub in the middle of come on, Sean, in the middle of the wilderness,
holding a hand with his wife in the other bathtub. Yeah.
Hey, Brown.
Yes, Jim.
If you'll pull up American Conference standings, college football.
The American Conference,
the AAC. But first, Rockstar, give me cut number 6. Deion Sanders. This is back to his introduction at Colorado. I want to make a point about Deion after you hear what he told the gathered media and all the CU fans.
back on. Is Colorado one of those that is the University of Colorado, but they go by CU? I think they are.
Yeah, like
Kansas does this.
Kansas does that, University of Kansas, but they're KU.
Right.
Yep.
I don't know why, but so CU, University of Colorado. Here's Deion Sanders' introduction back on Sunday.
We're going to have one of the best coaching staffs assembled, some of the best scouts, some of the best kids that we're recruiting, and commitments already coming on the way as I speak. And now that I've gotten here and I see it, and I understand it, Rick, and I can grasp it, and I can touch it, and I can feel it, and I can taste it, I truly understand what you want. All you want is an opportunity to win, to compete, to dominate, to be amongst the elite, to be amongst the best. And darn it, I'm going to give you that.
Yeah, he can talk.
He
really can, man.
And he gets a really impressive hire. Kent State's head coach, Sean Lewis, leaves his head coaching job yesterday to become Deion Sanders' offensive coordinator at Colorado. And he says, I'm going to bring you good coaches. And everyone around college football is raving about the hire of Sean Lewis there from Kent State.
Well, look, obviously Colorado is a terrible Power 5 job right now. But if Deion can do what a lot of people believe he can do and put them on the map and they start winning 9, 10, 11 games, Sean Lewis is in a better position, especially with the exposure.
There's no doubt. Yeah, he'll get a better job by succeeding at Colorado than he would have by continuing to succeed at Kent State.
That's right. That's exactly right.
And he got a 5-star flip yesterday, too. I didn't save it, so I don't know the name and where he flipped from. But, I mean, he's going to make an impact in recruiting right away for them.
100%. Now, Brown, the homework I gave you was?
Pull up the American Athletic Conference standings. I have them in front of me, Jim.
Okay, if you could go not to the conference, but overall win-loss record for UCF, the University of Central Florida.
Jim, they were 9-4. Does that sound familiar?
9-4, LT. Who coaches?
Oh, that's Gus Malzahn.
That's old 9-win guys.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to get you 4 losses every year.
No doubt.
Tis the season.
Yep.
Tis the season. I was watching that thing fall apart on Saturday, and I was like, dadgummit, Gus Malzahn's going to lose 4 games again.
Yeah, and you know, the only other guy that you can count on for 4 losses is Jimbo, but Jimbo is
he gave you 4 this year.
He's giving you more now.
I know.
He almost gave you 4 for 2022 and 2023, bro.
Enough to spread.
I honestly wish, though, I mean, when Barkley came on a couple of weeks ago and he had that, I ate the canary look when he was talking about somebody's about to take this A&M job. I would love if Deion would have taken that job or the Auburn job. I just wanted Deion in the SEC, which ultimately we might get.
So Gus Malzahn has been a head coach 11 years. Do you know how many years he's had less than 4 wins? Less than 4 losses, excuse me. 4 or fewer all right, less than 4.
2
losses.
Yeah, 2 times.
Arkansas State his first year 9-3. Auburn his first year 12-2. And since then it has been 8-5, 7-6, 8-5, 10-4, 8-5, 9-4, 6-4, 9-4, 9-4.
They don't call him 4-loss Gus.
I mean, he did not get that nickname for nothing.
My cheap favorite one is $3 Chuck. 4-loss Gus would be a good one too.
This is why I believe, and a lot of people said, Auburn's just getting Gus Malzahn .2 with Hugh Freeze. I don't believe that. I think Hugh Freeze is a better coach.
We'll see as Hugh Freeze continues to assemble his staff and hit the recruiting trail and work the portal as well. When we come back, Ed Orgeron in Vegas, true or not true? We'll talk about that and a lot more. And John Parker Wilson and Connor O'Gara still to come on the show that's brought to you in part by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Nichols Outfitters wants to remind you, if you've got that old hunting rifle, maybe a handgun, don't let it fall in disrepair and sit around and collect dust. Nichols might want to purchase it from you. You got to upgrade in your hunting rifle or something like that. Take your old one to Nichols Outfitters in Pelham. They may pay you for it. Drop by and ask their team what you can get for your firearm. These guys know outdoors. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242, I-65 in Pelham.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
No, I was just going to ask you, do you want an IPA this time?
I will do anything.
Okay.
I'll do anything.
We're changing the taps.
Yeah, we're putting new kegs in today, so.
Going to throw in an IPA.
Our friends at Adams, think about getting that wicked weed.
Nothing says weight loss more than throwing a heavy IPA in there.
Yeah. Jim, when are you lifting weights?
Starting today, Brown.
Are you?
It's no longer tomorrow, Rockstar. I'm starting today.
He's going to pick up the kegs.
I'm going to go pick up the
get
kegs.
those kegs.
Oh, God. Well, it's something.
I'm carrying the kegs in today, man. John Parker Wilson will join us in 45 minutes. In studio today, or is he on the phone?
I think he is in studio. I'll double check with
Connor
you.
O'Gara via the Zoom in 1 hour from now. We love Connor and what the folks do at Saturday Down South. This hour always brought to you by Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Love Sterling and his crew down there as well. Sneaky good margarita, by the way. I've had it several times there at Slice in Alabaster on Highway 119. Good bar setup if you want to sit there and eat inside or get it to go always. It's our friends at Slice. Our friends at Champy's Chicken. I got Slice on the brain all of a sudden. We were talking about Slice in the commercial break. Our friends at Champy's Chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Had a friend there the other day who went by there and said, "Hey, I'm heading to Champy's Chicken. We've got a project going on. What's Champy's Chicken? What's it like?" And I had to tell him about everything on the menu, about how good it was. And he's like, "What should I tell my guys to order?" And I said, "I just told you." He goes, "Well, narrow it down to one thing." I said, "You cannot narrow it down to one thing at Champy's world famous fried chicken. You got a big crew that's doing some construction on the hospital. Tell them to spread it out a little bit. Get some of the fried chicken. Get some of the Mississippi Delta tamales, the poor boys, the chicken fingers. You cannot get that any better at Champy's world famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Ed Orgeron, for a brief moment yesterday, was being rumored on social media being in the mix for the UNLV job. So Bruce Feldman did this. It's Reporter 101. He actually picked up the phone and called Ed Orgeron, who I think was on a boat.
We're on a sea right now.
Yeah, he's living his best life.
Hey, I'm the captain.
Yeah.
I'm the captain now. I'm the captain now.
Ain't nobody with no shirts. Ain't nobody with no shirts on the seat.
What do you think it's like if Bruce got his voicemail the first time? What's Edo's voicemail sound like?
Ahoy, matey.
So, I mean, Ed Orgeron got $20 million, right? How much money did he get?
He got enough.
Enough that he was out on the water on a random Monday.
One place you don't want to be when you're Ed Orgeron's age and you got Ed Orgeron's upper body and you got millions of dollars, you don't want to be single in Las Vegas at that age with that body and that much money, right?
Wait, why?
Yeah, I think maybe that's the time you want to be
because
single.
that's one way you can lose $20 million is live in Las Vegas.
Don't you love me?
The guy should never coach again. He should live his life with his money he got from LSU and can continue to make money off of winning that national championship, cash checks at LSU, just be an LSU ambassador the rest of your life.
If you are going to coach again, you don't coach at UNLV. What a dead-end job that would be.
And especially when you get there and you can blow all your money in Las Vegas really quickly. You can develop a problem.
Money on, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. UNLV, Bruce Feldman calls him and says, hey, there's some reports out here that you're in the mix at UNLV. You and I go way back.
Why are you spelling words? Why don't you just tell me what school you talk about?
Unlove. And he says, Bruce, there's no way. I'm not interested in that job. I'm not in the mix. Nobody's called me, and I'm not interested. I don't know how it got out there.
Yeah, it's silly.
But I don't think Ed Orgeron should ever coach again. You?
I mean, it'd have to be the right job, but what job is going to hire Ed Orgeron that's a good job?
Well, are you saying because LSU is going to defer some of their money? Is that what we're talking about?
I don't know if it's offset.
I don't know if it's offset or not, but why would you? I mean, he got, I can't remember the number, but it was
somebody said 17 million.
17 million,
that's
says
right.
Hunter.
Yeah.
So, but, I mean, if UNLV is going to pay you 1.5.
Yeah, but it's a dead-end job. Why do you want to go bang your head against the wall when you got $17 million?
And I'm definitely not going to the city where I could lose $1 million one weekend.
I worry less about that than just taking a crap job. If I've got $17 million and I'm out on a boat in the water on a random Monday, I ain't taking a bad job like UNLV.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, I think he would be better to, again, be a recruiting coordinator, defensive line coach somewhere than to take that head job.
I'm sure not doing that. But, I mean, a guy, he's coached at Ole Miss, USC, and LSU. He's going to get to UNLV and say, where are the facilities? They're going to be like, Ed, this is it, man. Do we lift weights right there? Yes, you lift weights right there. Where the stadium? We play in that same stadium where the Raiders play in? They're like, nope, you play in the other stadium.
No, not now. They do play in the
Raiders.
We
play where the Raiders play?
Did you guys see the video of the dudes that are talking shit to him at like a picnic table at a bar? And he comes over shirtless.
Yeah.
And just, it looks like he's going to kill them. And they back up quickly.
Yeah. I mean, and he could.
Oh, yeah.
He could.
Brandon Marcello, Louisville secondary coach Wes McGriff.
The crime dog
has been hired for the same position at Auburn University.
So he's not going to Cincinnati. He's going to Auburn.
Yep.
He was with Freeze, if memory serves, at Ole Miss.
Wes McGriff is heading to Auburn to be the secondary coach there. McGriff worked alongside Hugh Freeze at Ole Miss. He coached at Auburn back in 2019 and 2020 and was at Florida in 2021. So Wes McGriff, as Hugh continues to get the band back together.
Boy, I mean, if you worked with Hugh at Ole Miss, you got a shot here. Or at Liberty. If you worked with Hugh at Ole Miss or Liberty, I'm like Lance. I'm still most interested in who he hires for defensive coordinator. That's the most interesting hire he can make.
Well, I mean, Phil Longo was the OC. If it's not going to be Nix, then if Longo ends up leaving North Carolina and joining that staff, that would be really interesting. After LT tells us about Slice, which, as some of you pointed out, I was doing a mashup of two commercials a little bit earlier. That happens when you get to be my age. Luckily, I caught it halfway through. But Slice is always a great place for lunch or dinner as well, LT.
Yeah, local pizza, local ingredients created by our friends, the Bajaya brothers, the late Jeff, who we think about all the time, Jason, Chris, just incredible pizza. Again, you can do a couple of things. The take-home pizza kit that I told you guys about, it's only $13. You get the sliced dough ball, sliced house red sauce, mozzarella, the provolone, that cheese blend, your choice of one topping. Fun little project for you and the kids. Make some of that really good pizza. Again, Jeff Bajai was the one that taught me how to make pizza way back in the day. They've got the Curbside Family Pack special, too. $75. Be the hero. 12 fire-baked wings. Also, the half pan of the salad. You can choose from the Caesar, the House, the Redmont, the spinach, or the wedge. Any two pizzas. Of course, the best pizza in Birmingham, in my opinion. Some unique pizzas, the Wing and a Prayer, the Bajaya Special, the Soul Pie. Stop in for lunch or dinner. And for more information, you can always go online. 3 locations, Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, coming very soon to Crestline. But for more information, slicebirmingham.com.
8 coaches have just been announced as finalists for the Eddie Robinson Award, National Coach of the Year. As you would imagine, Kirby Smart and Jim Harbaugh are 2 of them.
You think we can get the rest, Brown?
Yeah, I was going to see if we could.
Okay, have y'all seen them?
I have not.
Okay, so
we
Harbaugh
need to
and
get
Smart.
6 more.
So we go back and forth.
There's 6 more, and I'll give you 3.
Well, I'll go on and start. We know Sonny Dykes is one.
Sonny Dykes is on the list.
Okay, that's 3.
Can you hit a bell? If you do you have a
one.
bell?
We're going 8
That
for
is
8 here,
correct.
Brown.
All right,
Pressure's on you now.
So we've got Sonny Dykes, Kirby Smart, and Jim Harbaugh.
That's right.
I will counter Lance with Josh Heupel.
That would be your first ink.
Jeez, Brown. Willie Fritz.
Willie Fritz is a bell, yes.
Go ahead, Brown.
You've got one of the 3 strikes, Brown.
Jeez, Brown. Lincoln Riley.
Lincoln Riley is on there.
Yeah. Give me the bell. Rockstar, we don't need.
Oh, no. Don't get ahead of the schedule,
Oh,
man.
I know. That's coming up at the
Okay,
NFL.
you gave us Harbaugh and Kirby Smart, right?
Yeah, where are we now?
We got 5 of 8.
Okay.
I am going to say Chris Kleiman's on the list.
Jeez, Lance.
How is he not on the list? He won the Big 12.
Josh Heupel wasn't on the list. I bet they voted before championship Saturday. I will come back and counter with
Don't worry, your computers did not freeze, Brown.
Mike Elko.
You went Mike Elko of Duke?
He was freaking 8-4. He was like,
Give him that bell!
I don't need it, Rockstar.
Oh.
So how many we got?
We got 6 of 8, but you got 2 strikes. 1 more incorrect answer.
And we
Oh,
lose.
boy,
I get
this
to
is
shoot
tight.
Lance in the leg.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. Kalen DeBoer.
Washington.
No bell, Rockstar.
I get to shoot Lance in the leg.
Son of a bitch.
I know. It's gonna suck. Shane Beamer.
No.
Our guy John Summerall. They don't give it a small.
Jonathan
school.
Smith.
John Summerall of Troy is 1 of 8.
I thought about it. I thought
How
about
about that?
Damn
Good
it.
for him.
And then Jeff Traylor of UTSA. Those are your 8 finalists.
Man, I like John Summerall.
Yeah, I like Jeff Traylor too.
Yeah, there you go.
really
There's
good
your
coaches.
8 finalists for the Eddie Robinson Award just announced right there. Our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing, and then I'm going to ask the question. So you guys start thinking about this.
Okay.
Do you guys know what a tectonic shift is?
Yeah, it's what causes earthquakes. The tectonic plates shift and they rub against
Seismic
one another.
activity.
Basically, the Earth is 15 to 20 tectonic plates.
That's right.
I know this because I read the internet this morning.
Yeah, I think the internet was on today.
Yes.
I think we live close to.
Oh, I don't think so.
We live close to the Gulf of Mexico. You didn't even know what I was going to say.
A tectonic plate that is located in the Rockies.
I think we live closer than you would imagine to where two of them join.
A fault line?
A fault line. Yeah.
Tectonic plates. Is it time for another tectonic shift for Nick Saban after I tell you about our friends?
God, what a terrible tease. I'm more interested in if we live next to a
storm restoration roofing. Listen, you don't want your roof to ever fall in if we are close to one of these tectonic plate shifts going on in our area. Greg Nelson will get on top of that roof right now and do a free no-cost roof inspection for you. He can't guarantee you it'll stand up in an earthquake. That's somebody else's job. But he'll tell you how the roof's doing and whether or not it's got any leaks or anything. He'll get up there. It's a free, no cost, no obligation inspection. 205-542-3531. 542-3531. Free no cost inspection. You can also look him up. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Storm Restoration Roofing, A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau. The industry's best warranties and insurance companies trust him. Locally owned for over 20 years. He and his wife run that company. Call Greg today, 205-542-3531. 542-3531. Ashley, one of our great female listeners, says, do what? ? Listen.
There's a fault line near us.
You didn't make out with this one night for my good looks, right? It was my brain, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Poor Ashley.
Low way to go. No.
She just went and brushed her teeth again.
My wife and I were in North Carolina, and there was an earthquake. Now, I slept through it, but it woke Jennifer up. And then it was on the news the next day. It was people talking.
Did she wake up saying, no, Brown, go back to sleep?
No, I was
sitting Brown.
Yeah, I know, Brownie. I was asleep and I slept through it, but it woke her up. And then, sure enough, on the news the next day, North Carolina's experienced an earthquake. And I remember in that news report, the expert from Appalachian State that they had gotten on Zoom was like, a lot of people that live around here will be surprised how close we are to a fault line. There is one that runs under the Appalachian Mountains or some crap like that. I didn't really pay attention after that, but I've been through an earthquake, Jim, so I've experienced this.
Yeah, I like the way we went to a group of 5 on the scientists.
They're the frickin' mountaineers. Who else would you ask?
Can we not get a power of 5?
Yeah, you would think.
Scientists on the newscast there?
Come on, man.
Anyway, so is it time for Saban to do another tectonic shift of his style of playing football? Is it time to do another little overhaul of how they do it?
Well, I know people are going to look at the last 2 college football playoffs, Georgia winning one last year, they're favored this year, and Michigan getting in both of those, and the styles they play was old school Alabama. You asked this to Klatt yesterday. I kind of agree with Klatt. I just think they need to evaluate talent better. I don't think this is an Alabama team with healthy receivers that beat Georgia last year, and they beat them going away. So I just think this is for whatever reason, they missed on talent this year. This is the way the majority of schools are playing. Michigan and Georgia, look, it works for them, but I don't think Alabama necessarily needs to change.
But it used to work for Alabama.
It did.
True or not, though, Alabama had to change a little bit because of Bryce Young's skill set. He's so good, you had to sort of play to Bryce's strength, right?
I mean, he was your best player. You'd be dumb not to. I think if there is a tectonic shift for Nick Saban, it's about changing coordinators. I don't think it's about changing offensive system. Is that what you're suggesting? Like the way he changed when Lane Kiffin came on board?
Well, not just offense. Remember on defense, Alabama used to have a big guy or 2 right there over the center or in the gaps, and he got away from the big guys to a more speedy, faster defensive lineman to chase these quarterbacks.
That's right. Why? Because of Gus Malzahn and Hugh Freeze, basically. Those were the guys in his division that were running those styles, that the athletic quarterback, the fastball offense that was tough for the big guys on the interior to handle. So we go smaller, faster to combat that. That's what Nick Saban did. And you'd have to say it worked to combat that. But now you're saying there's a new enemy. You got to find a way to beat the new enemy.
I don't know if there is a new enemy, but I do know that.
Well, then why would you change?
If you've got Georgia and you've got Michigan, 2 teams that, I mean, if Alabama lines up with Georgia in the near future, they're gonna try to be running it right at those faster guys, not the bigger guys. They're going to try to muscle them around a little bit. I was impressed on what Alabama did with Bijan Robinson this year in that game. But then when you get later in the year, Tennessee, I mean, the pass plays are the pass plays, right? Those were unbelievable, big-time, long touchdown passes to Jalen Hyatt. But to me, Tennessee won that football game by running the freaking football. By running the football.
I mean,
and LSU won their football game by running the football.
At the quarterback spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the quarterback spot primarily. Jaden Daniels killed Alabama.
It wasn't the quarterback spot against Tennessee. It was the running back.
No, you're absolutely right about that. The second worst output of the year for Bijan Robinson was against Alabama. Against TCU, he had 29 yards on 12 carries. Against Bama, 21 carries, 57 yards. To your point, that was the best running back they faced all year was Bijan Robinson. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think they're obviously going to change offensive coordinator. And does this guy bring in a new philosophy? I mean, how much change? Because you change your quarterback too. Is it Ty Simpson? Is it Jalen Milroe? Is it a guy from a portal? I don't know. I don't know the answer to any of those questions. But I feel like I can confidently say you'll have a new offensive coordinator in Tuscaloosa next year. I think Bill O'Brien, the plan all along, I think was 2 years. I think he is desiring to be back in the NFL.
Right.
So I think you're going to at least have a new coordinator. I don't know. Tectonic shift tells me you almost look at the whole program and say, we got to do this differently. And
but he's done that once. He's done that once.
But I don't know that you're there yet. I mean, let's don't forget Alabama wasn't far off. I mean, if they happen to, let's just play this if game. Jahmyr Gibbs makes a catch on third down, and you get one pass defended in overtime. Alabama, it's 12-0, 1 versus 2 against Georgia in the SEC championship game. Alabama's in the playoff right now. I mean, even if they lose to Georgia, they're in the playoff right now. We wouldn't even be having this conversation.
There will be some natural change just by the change at quarterback.
That's right, and offensive coordinator.
Yeah, well, imagine, do you think there's any chance, because people are talking about Hugh Freeze, Phil Longo could be that guy. People are talking about Drake May in the portal. If you could have a package deal, if you were Nick Saban to get Drake May and Phil Longo, would you do it?
I mean, May's last few games, though.
Oh, I agree.
That hurt his stock.
I watched the last two games in their entirety, NC State and the Clemson game, and he did not look like the guy that was winning me money in DraftKings.
No, I get it, but 2 years ago they had two 1,000-yard rushers. They had two 1,000-yard receivers. Sam Howell 2 years ago had a really good year. Now, the thing I would fear is there has been a little regression. Sam Howell from good year to average year, and then Drake May from great to average at the end of the year.
Yeah, that would be concerning. It'll just be interesting to see if quarterback dictates the change or if Nick Saban decides, hey, this is what I want to go back to doing, or a different way. Maybe it's not maybe it's not the bully ball. Maybe it's not the pass more than you run ball.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the next generation of that. Maybe it's a 3.0 of Saban's time in there. Don't forget, Bud Light Game Night is at the Battery this week. That's in Homewood, the Battery. Check it out and get directions or whatever. We're there 5 to 7, the Battery, but that's over near the park, right?
So it's where Little Donkey used to be. Yeah, I mean, it's right there off of behind Oxmoor. I'm trying to think exactly what the road is.
Yeah.
It's on the backside of Shea's.
It's between the Curve and the Edgewood part of Homewood.
Yeah.
It's in between there. It's the Battery in Homewood. And Bud Light Game Night this Thursday, 5 to 7. We'll be there. Cowan Equipment poll questions going out. The Heisman vote last night, and Brown will give us an update on that. Taylor Korn, our social media director, sent out a poll brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
If you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Rusty says great place for food. The Battery, we'll be sampling that out on Thursday night at Bud Light Game Night. Our Cowan Equipment poll question.
Heisman finalist, who would get your vote? Max Duggan, 35%. Stetson Bennett, surprisingly, 34%.
SEC respect.
Caleb Williams, 25%. C.J. Stroud, 6%.
Yeah, so C.J. Stroud's dead last in our unscientific Cowan Equipment poll question right there. When we come back, a little trash on the table for you and a little bit more out there as we roll on right here on the next round.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or Michelson. LaserVision.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, before LT tells us about the Floribama, a reminder, we're down there Friday at the Floribama on the Gulf Coast. It just makes me feel fantastic to know that I'll get salt air Friday and Saturday, Thursday night, Friday, and Saturday down on Alabama's Gulf Coast, right there on the Alabama-Florida line at the beautiful Floribama. We'll be down there celebrating veterans of the Army, Navy, and other military branches for the Army-Navy game. There you see the uniforms for the games that the Army and Navy team will wear this weekend. Army still a 1.5-point favorite in that contest. Friday's show is 9-1. Normal places right here, normal show, but live from the Floribama. Saturday specialty show, and then we'll sit back and watch the game and send you some other entertaining stuff as we watch the game with America's greats, the veterans of our military.
So excited about this. I really didn't realize this was a huge deal at the Floribama, but it obviously is. And, you know, our friend Steve Powers invited us back in July for this. And so we've kind of had this thing set in stone for a while. But going back when we were there in July, that Monday show we had in the main room, which we will be back at Friday, I was blown away how many people came to watch the show and hang out with us. A lot of our listeners down in the South Alabama area. But if you're going to be around the Floribama, which I've already heard from a few people that are going to be coming down, come join us for that live show on Friday, the specialty show on Saturday, the most famous beach bar in the country, the Floribama Lounge, numerous annual events, the fishing rodeos, beach concerts, chili cook-offs, marathons, and, of course, this weekend, the Army-Navy game. For more information, floribama.com.
It is the New Madrid fault line that is a major seismic zone that runs from New Madrid, Missouri, down the Mississippi, and it's responsible for the southern earthquakes.
So it runs right through Birmingham?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's to our west.
So it's in the United States.
we get aftershocks.
I mean, it is.
So it's our San Andreas?
It is one state away, Dunaway. I don't want you to be so condescending about your supposed earthquake knowledge. You didn't even know what a tectonic plate was.
Okay, so if imagine
it's in the U.S.
Imagine the scenario next year: Alabama and Auburn both 11-1. Playing for the right to go to the SEC championship, the last year of the 14 playoff. Snap, spot, earthquake, ball flips out. What do? Does the SEC allow you to replay that?
Oh, crap, yeah. Did you watch the Egg Bowl?
Does it benefit Alabama or Auburn?
Auburn's the one kicking the ball in Jordan Hare.
Game over.
No, but if we're having a Jordan Hare, it would be Alabama kicking it, right? Earthquake.
Act of God. You can't. I mean, we
it is an act of God.
Forrester, microphone Forrester, back row, all honesty. Did Brown not paint a picture like it somehow it ran through Birmingham?
No.
Was that not the picture he was
that
painting?
may be the way you understood it. Scott, did I paint that?
That's not how I took it.
Thank you, Scott. No, Dunaway
Such
loves.
a kiss ass. Such a kiss ass. I mean, have we done
I
his?
said it was close.
Have we done,
I said closer than you would imagine.
Have we done his 2022 job review yet?
Who's Scott?
Yeah.
He's the best employee we got.
Yeah.
With all,
wow, you just told Taylor that out in the lobby every day.
And Rockstar, too.
I think you told Kelsey, too.
And Kelsey, too.
Yeah.
All those people.
I feel special.
I love them all the same, Jim, unlike you.
The life of many faces of Ryan Brown. Let's do trash. Hit it, man.
Such a turd. It's no wonder nobody likes the guy.
Curls off the screen, driving baseline. Oh, you fat with a 3. Yes, I just said that. That is that man's name. Don't tweet at me.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, home values are on the rise, but so are sky-high rent prices. Stop wasting money on rent. Start investing in a lifelong asset. Take control today by talking with our friends at Mortgage Right about your home ownership goals. Mortgage Right has the option, speed, and ease you're looking for when purchasing a home. Their mortgage experts are just a phone call away. They're always willing to answer your questions, guide you through the home buying process. Make the most of the current housing market by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. Become a homeowner today or call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first. There are some dumb criminals. And then there's Christopher Spaulding.
Oh, no.
Spaulding!
Get your foot off the boat.
He is of Rockdale, Georgia. He was arrested after expressing his disappointment after being left off of the country's most wanted list.
Fresca?
Now, earlier this week, the Rockdale County Sheriff's Office posted a list of their 10 most wanted violent offenders on social media.
Big dog fan. Look at his beanie there.
Just a few hours after the post was published, Spaulding entered the comment section to question why he wasn't among the most wanted people in the county.
Yeah, y'all don't want me?
Can I just call a quick timeout?
Yeah, Jim.
I mean, Kirby Smart has stolen everything from Alabama. When Alabama was rolling, all the redneck criminals had Alabama gear on. Now they freaking got Georgia gear on. I mean, Kirby, do something original.
Does my man look like he smells something bad?
He does.
I think it's himself.
Yep.
Now-
Go stand over in front of the cinder block wall. We'll take a picture.
By the tiny door.
Yeah.
Cover up
According
that fuse box.
Is that a tat on his neck or just a lot of hair?
I think it's a lot of hair.
That's a little bit of that's a 10 o'clock shadow.
Yeah.
Now, according to the local station WSB-TV News, the sheriff's office replied to Spalding's comment saying, quote, "You are correct. You have 2 warrants. We're on the way."
Yeah. Okay. See that?
Station also reported the sheriff's office followed up with another post showing Spalding being arrested.
Fantastic.
Deputies explained that Spalding didn't make the most wanted list because it was based on the severity of charges, meaning it typically includes those violent crimes like murder, rape, aggravated assault, and more. He is currently being held on 2 charges of felony probation violation.
You think he got to see Saturday's game first? Does he know they're the 1 seed?
So SEC though, us complaining about where we're ranked. I mean, why am I not in the top 10? I mean, is there more SEC than that?
That is
Clatt
so
would
true.
eat that up. Taylor, clip that. Send that to Clatt.
Yeah.
So I've got the top 20 worst dad jokes.
Are we going to do all 20?
No, we're going to do highlights of
highlights.
So the study at Northern Illinois University in the U.S. probed nearly 300 people on their preferred style of jokes, both to give and receive, while also asking each respondent to take a personality test. According to the results, pun tellers were not sadistic, and receivers were actually grateful, as puns were among the most popular jokes to hear. Here are some of the worst jokes. First one. I got into a fight with 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. The odds were against me.
Oh.
Why'd you groan?
Terrible.
Why'd you groan?
Yeah, I'd like these better with Gary Gator doing them.
Here's another one. I had a dream the ocean was filled with orange soda. It was a fantasy.
A fantasy.
I got a snarf from Scott by there.
Oh, fantasy?
Yeah, that's a good joke.
Can you try to be Gary the Gator on one of these?
Oh no.
Hi.
Hi. Just got hospitalized due to a peekaboo accident. They put me in the ICU.
See, they're better. All you got to do is do the voice.
Hi.
I like how you introduce yourself every joke.
In college, I was so broke I couldn't afford the electricity bill. Those were the darkest days of my life. Finally.
Hi. Hey.
I've decided I want a pet termite. I'm going to call him Clint. Clint Eastwood.
Clint eats wood.
That is the I mean, that settles it. You can tell anything in the Gary the Gator voice and we'll laugh.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. A hospital patient has been arrested after she allegedly twice switched off the oxygen equipment on a fellow patient.
My God.
Depended on because
she turned off the oxygen.
Quote, it was too noisy.
So, whoa, they're sharing a room?
Yeah.
I guess you're separated by that curtain.
God, turn that thing off, please.
The public prosecutor's office in a southwest German city obtained a warrant for a 72-year-old woman's arrest, and she was brought before the court investigating judge. On Wednesday, she was later admitted to a correctional facility. The police headquarters and public prosecutor's office in Mayan said in a statement the woman allegedly turned off the main switch of the oxygen equipment sometime before 8 p.m. on Tuesday after, quote, feeling disturbed by the noise coming from it.
There, that's better.
Now, although the suspect was informed by hospital staff that the oxygen supply was a vital measure, she allegedly turned off the device around again 9 p.m. Once it continued, 79-year-old woman had to be brought back and is still receiving intensive medical care.
Oh, so she almost killed her.
Yeah, almost killed her.
They have to tell me, hey, this is a vital thing. All these wires connected to this patient, you're not supposed to touch them.
The one making all the noise, yeah.
Even that one? The one that, okay.
Turn it off, then she's bitching that she's over there gagging and coughing.
I've got detailed instructions on how to kiss a girl from 1911.
So this little pamphlet.
She's going to be old if I kiss her now.
Wow.
It turns into a bit of an ad, but it's really good.
Okay.
I want you to read the directions. Lance, go ahead.
Here we go. First one, stand facing her.
Check.
Yep.
Yeah, you never go behind, unaway.
Nate
check.
Yep.
Hey, number 2, do not tell her your intentions.
So I'm not telling you I'm going to kiss you. I'm just going to kiss you.
Do not ask permission to kiss her.
It's 1910s. I don't need permission.
Look dreamily into her eyes.
Hey, baby.
Hold her right hand in your right hand if you wish.
If you wish.
Put her hand on your junk.
Oh, Lance, you added that.
Just skip 2 lines.
That's 1913.
It is well to sigh a couple of times.
Like I've got to kiss her.
Next one's my favorite.
Whisper softly that her rosebud lips remind you of Cupid's bow.
That gets me every time.
Your lips look just like
Waterworks. How about this one? She will probably drop her eyes and blush when you say that.
Oh my gosh.
Place the fingers of your left hand under her chin and tilt her head back slightly.
Show I'm done away what they're talking about.
Look at me.
Draw her gently towards you.
It's the way I do it every night.
Do not hurry.
Take time.
Gaze deeply at the love lights which slumber in her eyes. Sigh once more.
It's a long time for one kiss. It's a lot of stuff.
Incline your head towards hers until your lips, but wait, do not kiss her until you know that she uses Lister-rated Pepsin gum.
Oh, it's
the only gum in the world, the only chewing gum that makes it safe to kiss.
I got sucked in, Rockstar. Just taking notes.
And finally, here are some harsh insults to say to some rude people. Please keep talking. I always yawn when I'm interested.
That hurts, man.
How about this one? You're not stupid. You just have bad luck when thinking. Another one. Your family tree must be a cactus because everyone on it's a prick.
Oh!
You made that one up, didn't you?
I didn't. That's a good one, though. Another one. You fear success, but you really have nothing to worry about. This one. I hope your wife brings a date to your funeral.
That's a bad look, man. It's a bad look.
Yeah, it's a little felt
This
personal.
one. You're impossible to underestimate. And finally, save your breath. You'll need it to blow up your date.
Whoa.
Nice try. She's already blown up.
Yeah. Came that way. Thank you.
Paid
She's
extra for
always
the
surprised.
shipping.
She's always happy to see me.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, when you want to buy a home, don't wait on rates because they may not wait on you. Interest rates are higher, and if you wait to buy, you'll be left out. So let our friends at Mortgage Right help you get the lowest rate available. Build a plan to take advantage of lower rates when they're back with a speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance programs, and a variety of loan products. Mortgage Right can help you buy quickly and take advantage of the increased home inventory. They've got the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. Don't stand on the sidelines. Buy your new home today by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200 if you're in the Birmingham area. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Our Alabama power move of the day comes from Kayshon Boutte, who this time last year we were calling Kayshon Boutte, and we were calling him a distraction. Was he going to hit the portal and go somewhere else, maybe to Tuscaloosa? All off season, everybody talked about Boutte. In the end, he ended up back at LSU. Now, Kayshon Boutte says yesterday he's returning for 2023 LSU unfinished business, wants to win the national championship in Baton Rouge.
He's bringing that booty back.
No off-season distraction from Kayshon Boutte. That's our Alabama Power move of the day.
Digital wallets offer easy, safe, reliable ways for you to pay your power bill. You probably already use most of these convenient methods at some point. You can use it with Alabama Power. Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, and Venmo. All you need is an online account. Alabama
Follow
Power.
the next. Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Champy's Chicken bringing you this hour. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Perfect place for lunch, dinner. Don't forget your tailgates, your office parties, your Christmas parties, or whatever. Just a great place for lunch. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and the crew down there will take care of you, including those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, those Southern fried chicken plates, all the wonderful sides, and a lot more. Sean Payton telling people, including Tom Brady on his podcast this week, that he is returning to the NFL sooner rather than later. A really talented play caller and coach. The Saints definitely miss him. It'll be interesting to see where Sean Payton goes next.
Well, you know, our friend Chop, who's the Arizona Cardinal fan, he was talking about this months ago. He's like, I want Sean Payton. I want Kingsbury out. He said, I'll even take that weirdo in Miami.
You ain't getting him.
But, yeah, I mean, I think Sean Payton is going to look at his quarterback situation. Do you think Kyler Murray and Sean Payton would be a good fit?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Payton get more out of him than
I'll be honest,
Kingsbury
I don't
did.
want Sean Payton in the NFC West.
You shouldn't. He's a good coach.
Sean Payton and a L.A. Chargers.
Yeah, maybe so with Justin Herbert.
Yeah, look, if I'm the LA Chargers and I know that we can get Sean Payton, Brandon Staley's out.
Yeah, 100%. Let's talk to John Parker Wilson about some Alabama portal guys, some off-season news, and a lot more as we bring JPW into the studio now.
Premier Garage sponsors John Parker Wilson each week, providing garage floor coating, storage cabinets, organization systems that transform your cluttered garages into clean, efficient spaces. See more at premiergarage.com or call them at 956-3939. That's premiergarage.com. Or 956-3939. What's up, JB? How are you?
Good, guys. How y'all doing?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. Sugar Bowl coming up. We relived your Sugar Bowl, so we won't do that to you again.
Oh, let's do it again. Come on.
So,
hey, I told everybody, beware of the Utah Utes. Ask USC. I mean, they'll sneak up and get you now.
That's a shot at
Never
your
underestimate them.
I said it all year. Utah was the most complete team in the Pac-12. I still cannot believe they lost that game to Florida. I really can't.
Yeah. It was early in the season, though. You're still working through some kinks early.
Yeah, but your fear with Kansas State is they're the Big 12 champions, obviously, but to play a team like Alabama, they are stoked to be there. This is their Super Bowl, and with Alabama's standard of achievement, this is a disappointment to be there. You can't get around those two things.
So we've dealt with this in the past, right? Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. They're going to be excited and jacked up to be there, and Alabama, I think, is going to have to figure out a way to meet their intensity and enthusiasm as you're getting ready for practice, and then obviously at the game. So it'll be, I think a big test of the leadership of this team, see what the leaders of next year looks like, because you can't just flip a switch when you get to New Orleans and hope to play well. I mean, it takes a lot of effort to get there. We got some coaching changeovers and some, transfer portal guys that you're going to work with, so some guys that have contributed, may not do that in the game. And it's, it's a big issue right now that they've got to address.
I mean, do you think, if you're guessing right now, Ty Simpson, a transfer portal guy, or Jalen Milroe next year?
As the starter?
Yeah.
I think, you never know who the transfer portal guy will be if they even get one. I think they're both pretty good quarterbacks. Milroe was the backup this year, so I think.
Are they good enough to win you a championship?
Yeah, I think we haven't seen a ton of Ty Simpson besides practice and the I don't know how many. He didn't have many attempts this year. Jalen Milroe is a guy that, when he gets the ball in his hands and he pulls it down, it's like I get butterflies just watching him. It's exciting. He can make some plays. I think he's gotten better throwing the ball. He'll continue to do that. So I'm not going to pick a starter for next year. I think those two guys could win a championship at Alabama. There's no question about it. They're two different quarterbacks, though. So, then you get into the game planning and how does the coordinator put them in a situation where they can be successful, because it's going to be two different looks for those guys.
I'm interested in what you think Alabama has lost, or more, let's put it this way, what somebody will get in JoJo Earle and Trayshawn Holden, because you saw them at Alabama. Wherever they end up, what is that team going to get in JoJo Earle and Trayshawn Holden?
Yeah, Trayshawn, I think, was a guy that
he was pretty good at getting some separation. He just had some drops.
He was, yeah.
Couldn't catch sometimes.
He couldn't catch. I think a pretty good receiver, a bigger-bodied guy, could create some separation, but did have, struggled going across the middle sometimes. I think that comes with experience and reps, and I know everybody wants to be the starter from day one and catch all the balls, but he probably finished, probably third this season in Alabama receptions for wide receivers. So I think he is a guy that can be a pretty good receiver, create separation. And then JoJo obviously is more of a slot type guy. I think offenses could use him in a lot of different ways, whether it's back in the backfield, slots and motions, and moving him around the field, because I think he's an athletic guy and he can make some plays. So wherever they end up, I think they'll get two good receivers. But you gotta buy in. You got to do everything the right way throughout the season and practice and everything in order to get those playing times. And for whatever reason, they didn't get what they expected to be, catching balls and wide receiver. And it's so tough for those guys too, for receivers, not to be catching balls and just stick with it and keep running routes downfield and downfield and downfield. when they're not catching as many balls as they'd want to.
John Parker Wilson is with us. He's with us each week courtesy of Premier Garage. They give you the garage floor coating, storage cabinets, organization systems that take your garage from being cluttered garages to clean, efficient spaces. You can see more at premiergarage.com. That is premiergarage.com. Or call them at 956-3999, 956-3999. We spend so much time talking offense with you. I want to ask you a defensive question. Give me a guy that we didn't talk enough about with you defensively this year, a guy that played and his name didn't come up enough when you were with us. We talk a lot about Will Anderson and Dallas Turner. Who did we not talk enough about?
Jaheim Otis.
Yeah, big
True
guy.
freshman, big guy, got in pretty good shape. And I think as he figured out how to play in college football as the season went on, I mean, he became a force. I mean, he really did. When he was on the field and you saw number 91 out there, it's like, all right, this guy's got a chance to make a play. Byron Young developed in the same way, but Otis is, to me, the guy that, it's so difficult to play the big positions when you're young. I mean, you're still growing, and it's as much about technique as it is size and strength and speed. So he's got the size and the strength. When he figures out the technique and knows how to work at the interior, I think he's going to be a really good player.
Is he the guy that could push the center back in the quarterback's lap? Because that's what a lot of people say Alabama misses on this defense.
I think he is. It was him. It was Tim Smith. It was DJ Dell, the big guys in the middle. There's a lot of times this season where he was taking on two offensive linemen and having some pretty good success. I think as he learns how to play and develops his technique, he's gonna be somebody to watch out for.
How good do you think Terry and Arnold's going to end up being?
I think I think he played pretty well.
Yeah, I mean he's just so young. I mean there were moments, and then there were moments. Obviously he got beat, but
but he didn't get beat a lot, right? I mean, the biggest knock on our corners this year was probably pass interferences more than anything. Arnold's a guy that stepped in that wasn't expected to start at the beginning of the season, and to me, I think our secondary played pretty well all season long. Besides the Tennessee game where they got gashed pretty bad. I was pleased with him. I think Battle and DeMarco Helms are going to be big losses. Those were veteran guys that both seniors that have played a lot, that were always in the right spot or most of the time in the right spot. That I think those are going to be two big losses for it, and then it's going to put more pressure on the corner. So Arnold, a guy, I think he played steady Eddie all season long.
Who would have? I mean, the AP, the media voted Josh Heupel SEC Coach of the Year. Who would John Parker Wilson had voted for as SEC Coach of the Year? Brian Kelly won the West. Heupel did what he did. Shane Beamer beat Tennessee and Clemson. Kirby lost 15 draft picks and is number one in the playoffs again. Who would you have voted for?
Yeah.
Clark Lee almost got him bowl eligible at Vandy. A lot of good candidates out there.
Yeah, Vandy's a good pick too. I think they've all done pretty well, right? I mean, Kelly's pretty impressive what he did in the first year. I think overachieved what everybody expected him to do. Heupel was the pick, so but you got to look at Kirby too. And I remember just thinking about when Coach Saban is like, well, you just don't want to give it to him because we're the best team. Like you think of like Coach of the Year of emerging and bringing the team back, but to sustain it like that is pretty impressive. And I just remember thinking back like, well, I think Coach Saban deserves this award above everybody else, but they awarded to somebody. Beamer caught some fire at the end. I don't know. I think
he knocked two teams out of the playoffs.
Exactly.
I mean, that's crazy.
That's pretty.
Incredible.
That's a big deal. And South Carolina, that's gonna, been bottom of the pack. But to me, Vandy, the first time winning an SEC game, they won back-to-back games in a couple years. So that's pretty impressive to take a team that's at the bottom every single year and then get some momentum going late in the season when it counts.
All right, John Parker Wilson with us each week in football season, courtesy of Premier Garage. You can find out more by going to premiergarage.com. Here's what they do. They do those floor coatings that make your garages look great. They also make them more usable with storage cabinets and organization systems, transforming cluttered garages into clean, efficient spaces. See more at premiergarage.com or call them at 956-3939, premiergarage.com, 956-3939. Thanks, sir. Have a good week.
Roll Tide, guys.
All right, John Parker Wilson there. When we come back, Connor O'Gara slides in to the show to talk about everything going on in college football, including the road to the national championship. That's all straight ahead right here on the Next Round.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Insurance premiums are increasing on your home, your automobile, and your business like never before. And having just one company as an option can cost you thousands of dollars each year. I'm Tyler Watts with Tyler Watts & Associates. We're an independent insurance agency and represent over 50 companies such as Nationwide, Progressive, Allstate, Travelers, just to name a few. Finding an affordable option with A-plus rated companies is what we do for our clients. Don't be held captive to just one company. Let me and my staff help you today. Call me at 205-664-4444. That's 205-664-4444.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Fall is here and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Okay, can you give me that breaking news one more time? I couldn't really understand it.
Do you really want to read it?
Yeah, I want you to.
Well, I was looking because I'm checking Twitter just to see if anything breaks in the portal. And somebody had reached out, Kay Adams, she's in my top 3 right now. And you guys have known this for years.
Used to be on the NFL Network.
Yeah, Good Morning Football.
Very high in your power rating.
And so some dude tweeted, hey, at Kay Adams is back talking football. Where can I find your show? And she responded, I read feet DMs live on the air, too. Tell your friends.
Oh, wow.
Dunaway, I mean, if you hadn't sent her a foot DM yet.
She's not my timeline yet.
You need to get on this.
So that must be fake news is what that is. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, everybody behind the glass, Taylor Corn out on our social media platforms. Let's talk about everything going on in football with Connor O'Gara. This hour of the show being brought to you in part by our friends at MyBookie. MyBookie will get you in the game really quickly.
No
Brownie.
doubt they will, Jimmy D. MyBookie.ag, code next round, and a deposit of $500 or more has you in line to get a bonus of up to $200. MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round. All the college games, NFL games, weekly blackjack tournaments. You find all of that at MyBookie. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. Don't forget code next round to get in line to get that bonus of up to $200. Use it right away and cash out quick. MyBookie.ag. Connor O'Gara is on Twitter at CJ O'Gara. You read him at Saturday Down South and hear his podcast and all that. He's with us frequently. We always appreciate his time. What's up, Connor? How are you?
Guys, doing well. Yeah, kind of right there with you, Lance. I feel like I'm refreshing Twitter all the time, not for foot things, but for transfer portal things, trying to just see what exactly is going on. Because, man, my head has been spinning these last couple of days.
Hey, where are you on Devin Leary? You know, going into the season, had such a great year last year for NC State, and I thought they were going to be one of those teams maybe they could make a run at the college football playoff. A little disappointing this year. Obviously, he battled injuries. But, I mean, to me, he's a big name. If he gets in the right spot, I mean, he could be an elite quarterback. Do you agree?
Yeah, 100%. I literally just finished a column that'll run on SaturdayDownSouth.com tomorrow with the top 10 transfer portal quarterbacks. And let's just say I don't have anybody above Devin Leary. Got him number 1.
Wow.
I'm a believer. I really am. And I thought he was one of the best quarterbacks in the country coming into this season. And then mid-season, he deals with the injury. And I'm going to let you guys in on a little secret. I'm not a very pro Tim Beck guy, and I think NC State fans, the way that this year played out, kind of have understood what I've been talking about, why I haven't really been high on him as a play caller. So I would like to see Devin Leary get away from the Tim Beck system, and he's going to have a chance to go to a big-time potential program. Now, we'll wait and see kind of what that is, but I mean, Alabama, they're looking at a portal guy, and we'll wait and see how this plays out with Jalen Milroe. Maybe the bowl game is going to determine his future, but man, he could have a huge market. He could be one of the household names coming into 2023.
Hey, so tell me, as you are sitting back, and I haven't been able to digest it all. 1,000 players, it seems like, that's in the portal. Which Power 5 team has been hit the hardest so far? And I know you haven't done the research on it, just gut feeling as you watch it wash over you. Is it Texas A&M? Because that's what we were expecting. Has Alabama been hit hard? Who's been the hardest hit so far?
Yeah, I think those two for sure come to mind. I think A&M that was inevitable. I mean, we've been talking about this for a while, and some of their depth that's going to be a real question mark. And also, the quarterback situation. If you turn to a true freshman like A&M did, that's kind of the risk that you run. And we've watched their quarterbacks enter the transfer portal, and it's not necessarily a surprise to see Haynes King end up there, and even Eli Stowers, who was switching to tight end last year, or whatever the case may be with him. They're in a really tough spot. Now, obviously, they recruited exceptionally well last year, whether they bought, whether they signed that recruiting class the fair way, whatever the case may be. Those guys, still, they have a lot of them on that roster. But, yeah, they were hit pretty hard. Their running back depth is really going to be tested, I think. And they're a team that's going to have to bounce back and probably make a lot of portal moves themselves, which they didn't have to do last year.
Connor O'Gara is with us, senior national columnist for Saturday Down South at CJ O'Gara is where you find him on Twitter. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. By the way, I like Alston Reed, quarterback, Western Kentucky. I'll continue to bang that drum, Connor, until somebody listens to me. That guy can play.
I got him at I'm just going to spoil basically the entire list.
Just
for you
give
guys.
us the list. Why don't you?
I got him at 3
there
on
you
my
go.
list.
There you go. I like that guy. I like the way he plays.
Could he end up at a place like Tennessee. And I'm not the highest on Joe Milton. I'm not a big Bazooka Joe guy, but could he fit in a system like that with a high volume passing offense, with the tempo that they like to run? It's different than what Tyson Helton runs at Western Kentucky, but man, that kind of has me thinking he's going to be a fascinating one at the Power 5 level.
Yeah, I mean, maybe so. I think he would fit into a lot of systems with that arm. I mean, he has got a cannon for an arm. Give me the listen, we can take Hugh Freeze off the table if you want to. You don't feel like you have to say Hugh Freeze because Auburn is in our backyard. But give me the hire that you like the most, the hire in this offseason. And this, it's not the coaching carousel we had last year, but it's been a fun one. Give me the one you like the most.
Gosh, there's a couple that really stand out. I think Nebraska getting Matt Rule is so significant. And look, I thought he was kind of their best case scenario for the way that this played out. And it's not to say that it means it's going to succeed, but I think we take for granted, a lot of people do, and I'm not saying everybody, but in the college football world, where Baylor was at when he took over that program and how much help they really needed after the way that the Art Briles stuff played out and what he rebuilt at Temple. I'll still never forget watching the season opener 2015 when his Temple defense sacked Christian Hackenberg like 10 times. And I've talked to Christian about that day, and he was just like, their dudes were just swarming. And that's Matt Rule. That's Temple. Like, that's what they are. That's what they were. And I think that he is somebody that knows how to rebuild a program. Did not necessarily work out with him, at the Panthers, but, I think he's going to have the keys to success there. And just because Scott Frost didn't work out as the native son doesn't mean that Matt Rule is going to fail. So I thought that one was kind of the best no-brainer. If we're grading it, that's going to get the highest grade. But of course, we never really have these things figured out.
So Deion Sanders, are you a little surprised that he didn't hold out for a better job? And the second part of that, I mean, how do you think he'll ultimately do in Boulder?
I think he would have been a great fit at USF. I think that would have been fascinating to watch with his ties in the state of Florida, the way that he could have recruited in the Sunshine State. But yeah, I mean, in this day and age, in the transfer portal and with NIL, the way that it's set up, man, if you're not overhauling a roster by year 2, you're probably not doing your job well enough, at least not what you're being paid to do. That's such a big part of it now. I think he's going to be able to overturn that roster, and he has to. And you see the opening statement when he comes in talking about, I'm bringing my own luggage and I've got Louis. Like, I've never seen a head coach come in and make a statement the way that Deion did, but it's a great move for Colorado. I mean, they're still going to have to figure some things out with the academic side of it and being able to kind of bend to Deion, but he wanted to go to a place where they were going to bend to him. And he wanted that control. And that's why I always kind of said, like, Auburn really didn't make sense for Deion. I didn't think that was going to be a fit with what they obviously have been known for at the top and the way that Deion likes to be able to have total and full control. He's going to have that at Colorado. And I bet there are a lot of people kind of in that region of the country who are thinking, man, we got another thing that we're going to have to overcome here on the recruiting trail.
Other than Georgia, Ohio State, which SEC bowl game are you most interested in watching?
I think that South Carolina and Notre Dame is going to be really interesting. I do. And I'm hopeful that with a couple of young, energetic coaches, this feels like a game that matters for those programs, right? Like, that's what I think we need to look. We need to change our approach with these bowl games and just kind of understand, like, okay, this is for many guys, this is just all about building for the future. It's all about building for next year. If South Carolina ends the season by beating the likes of Tennessee at this level, Clemson, and then Notre Dame, if Shane Beamer does that, I mean, what an accomplishment that would be for him, just in terms of bringing that prestige back to South Carolina to levels that it was at with Spurrier. But that's a game where I'm fascinated to see the way this plays out with the quarterback situation. Drew Pine's already in the transfer portal. Spencer Rattler maybe going to be playing in that game, maybe not. Maybe he's going to the NFL. We're kind of wait and see mode. But I think those two teams should have a really fun matchup. And if you're looking for a rock fight, and this is not going to be fun, but maybe just more so painful, that Kentucky-Iowa rematch, you guys, the over-under is 31.5. Rock fight.
Connor, if they were playing in my backyard, I wouldn't go watch that. That is a terrible game.
If Will Levis plays in that one, maybe. But I don't know. He could have like a little bit of this Matt Corral in him. That's kind of the guy that I've compared him to in terms of the toughness. But look how it ended for Matt Corral in the bowl game last year. So maybe we won't see Will Levis playing in the bowl game.
Oh, Iowa playing anybody, but my gosh, playing Kentucky is awful. All right, he is Connor O'Gara. All right, so tomorrow you'll have that list. We know 2 of them, but you'll have the top transfer portal quarterbacks, right? That hits tomorrow morning.
That hits tomorrow morning. It's a very fluid list. I've had to add to it a little bit. Added JT Daniels' name to that list because we found out that he is entering the portal.
He made your
What if
top
Georgia
10?
just brought him back?
He made
that happened an hour ago.
But I know, but he made your top 10?
He made my top 10. It gets a little bit difficult when you're starting to get into like, Hudson Card and you're talking about, whether or not Haynes King or Graham Mertz, some of these guys are making the cut. It's not like we got a bunch of guys who are legitimate stud Power 5 starters. And let's not forget, JT Daniels was a preseason All-SEC guy coming into last year until he got hurt. Of course, it hasn't worked out for him since then. But yeah, I just can't quit JT Daniels. I'm sorry, I can't.
Hey,
he is older than you. I understand that.
Speaking of,
he might be.
He probably is. Former Georgia quarterbacks, Justin Fields. I know you guys have lost 8 of 9, but the last 4 you've been so close. And when I watch him, man, the guy is electrifying. Where are you right now on Justin Fields? I know that was a blown game in the fourth quarter against Green Bay this past week, but he looks like he's going to get better and better.
The ultimatum stands, but I'm feeling better about my ultimatum that I was going to quit being a Bears fan if Justin Fields didn't work out. He's electric. He's so fun to watch. And you see some of these moments in which you're just like, I've never seen a Bears quarterback do that in my lifetime. And that's fun. And it's great to be at that place. They need to get more weapons around him. They need offensive line help. I'm really holding out hope that they're going to get Jackson Smith and Jigba. They're going to trade back from that number 2 pick and get somebody like him. But I'm optimistic. He's got to stop with some of these interceptions. I'm just telling myself that it's because he doesn't have enough help. He needs a true number 1 receiver. But yeah, I'm encouraged, man. I'm very, very encouraged right now.
All right, read Connor at SaturdayDownSouth.com. That is SaturdayDownSouth.com. Follow him on Twitter at CJ O'Gara. And tomorrow morning, he'll have those transfer portal quarterbacks. Thank you for the time, Connor. Always great.
Absolutely. Appreciate it, guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. Connor O'Gara with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And if you're wondering about the Alabama players in the portal, JoJo Earl, Trayshawn Holden, Tommy Brockenmeyer, the one-time top offensive line recruit in the country, a 5-star guy. Those are some of the portal guys. 3 more A&M players have gone since we started the show today. So a boatload leaving College Station with Jimbo Fisher still there. Will Anderson won the Nagurski for the 2nd straight year as the top defensive player last night. The Heisman finalists were announced. Caleb Williams, Max Duggan, C.J. Stroud, Stetson Bennett. They'll be in New York this weekend. That's Saturday night, 7 o'clock on ESPN if you want to watch the Heisman ceremony. The All-SEC voted on by the media yesterday. Hendon Hooker, your Offensive Player of the Year. Will Anderson, your Defensive Player of the Year. Quinshawn Junkins, your Freshman of the Year. And Josh Heupel was your Coach of the Year. Bromberg's is the gift of the year from our friends at Bromberg's at Little Silver Box.
Yeah, hey, look, family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's, they've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's today. If you're in the market, you're about to pop the question this holiday season, they are your diamond specialist. 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online right now. Go to Brombergs.com.
It's plus 300, a pretty big upset.
And what sport?
Soccer. We just saw it. Morocco was plus 300 to advance today.
Yeah.
And they have upset Spain on penalty kicks.
Yeah, I mean, it's about what the U.S. was to the Netherlands, I think.
Okay, so Morocco plus 300 knocks Spain out. It is the 2nd biggest knockout round upset since 1998. The biggest was 2018 Russia, who was plus 330, and they knocked out Spain. Well, you want to talk about, man, Spain will choke on you, won't they?
They missed 3 PKs.
Spain missed 3 PKs?
Yeah. 2 of them were blocked. 1 guy hit the post, and they didn't get to find the last 2 because it was over.
Wow. Morocco, that guy that hit it.
Party in Morocco.
He'll never have to buy a drink in Morocco again.
And by the way, those 2 countries almost touch.
Yeah, that's like an iron bowl of soccer.
But Morocco's got the fez.
They do. And the upset.
You think anybody's ever swam from Spain to Morocco or Morocco to Spain?
Yes, all the time. I bet it happens.
I wonder what that gap is.
It's nice warm water right there.
Nice jet ski.
That's the Strait of Ibiza.
Well, Ibiza is right there, but I think it's the Atlantic hits the Mediterranean.
It does,
right?
yeah, right there in the Strait of Ibiza, yeah.
Any tectonics over there?
There are tons of tectonics.
Yeah. Somebody's on the internet today a lot, even talking soccer with us here. I like it a lot.
It's an upset, Jim. Big upset.
Yeah, 365 days, 3.5 years and gaps. Can't talk soccer, but loves it right now. Falling in love with the sport.
It was a big upset. I'm sorry, Jim. It's a beautiful
But
game.
the funny thing is, we didn't do our soccer pool up here because Brown was like, I'm not throwing money in this because I'm not going to be watching.
Not going to watch a drop of it. He brings it up on the show all the time. Bud Light Game Night Thursday, the Battery, he was just in a mood that day. He was at 99, not 100 that day, so he didn't want to participate in the pool with the rest of us, with us underlings. Bud Light Game Night, the Battery at Homewood, 5-7 this week. Still to come later on this hour. Upset alert. No standings on this. We're not going to get into the Brown Bandits pocket here. He has finished the college season fantastic. 10-4 on the year. 9 of those outright winners. He did get the cover this past week. Later on, though, we'll do an NFL upset alert for this upcoming weekend. I have a feeling Brown may hit Rockstar between the eyes coming up here just a little bit later on. That he's not going to need him, though, Rockstar.
Oh, no. That's straight up winner.
Don't jump the damn script.
I'm going to do this in the NFL, too. Y'all get ready. We only got a few more weeks left, but I am not missing.
And our stake bet's always brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop, LT.
Yeah, hey, look, it's a great place to go just to pick up dinner on your way home. Incredible food from our friend Jim and that great staff. And don't forget about those gigantic sandwiches. I've got a couple of friends that swear by them, say they're the best sandwiches in Birmingham. But you can stop by the New York Butcher Shop tonight, pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you with a great selection of wine and desserts. The New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Caba Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Before LT tells us about Dr. B, don't forget a couple of things. One of them, Samford, is playing North Dakota State Friday night, 6 o'clock, Fargo Dome, ESPN2. For the Samford students, they'll be at the Hanna Center watching it on the big screens there. A little watch party going on campus. But for everyone else, you can watch it on ESPN2. That's coming up this Friday night, Samford in the Elite Eight of the FCS. And signing day, people keep saying, is signing day next week? Is signing day next week? It's December 21st. And if you ever wonder why some coaches go to the NFL, just look at the college football calendar. That's December 21st is the biggest signing day you've got. So coaches right now with 1,000 people in the portal. Of 13,000 players, 1,000's in the portal. So you're having to recruit the portal now and keep your guys from entering the portal. Meanwhile, you're out recruiting. National Signing Day is December 21st, 4 freaking days before Christmas.
That's right. And then
while you're preparing for a bowl game or a playoff.
That's right.
Then you go and do that. Then you're working on more portal players coming in. You're working on 2024 recruiting, which starts up in January. And you start prepping for your team's spring practice.
And another signing day,
another signing day.
As if one wasn't enough. You've got a second signing day.
Meanwhile, in the NFL, you can only practice 20 hours a week.
Right.
There's very little contact.
Mm-hmm.
There's combines and there's these things, and it's all set in stone. But when it's not something that's set in stone, it's your time.
Yeah.
You can go to Ibiza, or you can go to 30A, or you can go lay on the couch.
Yeah.
But you're not always calling somebody. The major college recruiting is a grind. Dr. B will make sure your hair stays in it until the end, though.
Yeah, hey, look, I had that second hair analysis done about 2 months ago. Got the results back. Hair's already 14% thicker. Still pretty early in my treatment. Just started that second phase. Already have significant growth. Dr. Beckenstein is the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered that use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama. Remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. T3hair.net. That's T3hair.net for more information. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Rockstar, give me cut number 1. Ryan Day talking about the upcoming playoff game with Georgia. And I'm dying to know if you guys agree with what Ryan Day is about to tell you here, okay? This is from our friends at 11 Warriors up there. They cover the Buckeyes better than anybody else. And Ryan Day talking yesterday just about what's ahead for his team. Tell me if you agree, if they've got the potential to do this.
The goal was to be in the CFP at this point. That was it when you started the season. Here we are. Strange way to get here, but that's it at the end of the day. So it's a new season. and you learn from the past. And there's been precedents on this. You look last year. Georgia, lost to Alabama in the SEC championship. I think it was 41-24, and then went on to win the whole thing. So, now it's just a matter of what we do moving forward. Certainly, the game at the end of the year is going to be in the back of our minds as motivation, but now it's just all about maximizing this month.
So he's saying Georgia lost 41-24 in the playoffs after that loss, and used that to sort of regroup and roll all the way to the national championship. Does Ohio State have that potential?
They've got that potential. It was tough for Georgia, though, against Alabama. I mean, go back and look at that national championship game. That was a hard-fought win for them. I mean, Bryce Young's got ball in hand, down 8, driving, and they get the interception, eventually return for the touchdown. So the score makes it not look as hard-fought. But that was a hard-fought win for them. This will not be easy for Ohio State. I mean, they're going to have to beat Georgia and the team that beat them by – how much did they beat them by, like 24 again or something like that? Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to beat Georgia and that team. I mean, they can do it, Jim. And like if you stacked them up and said, all right, who are you going to bet on? I'm trying to think if I would bet them second or third.
Oh, I bet them second.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I know, and our friend Charlie Vitella doesn't want to hear this because Michigan's beaten them back-to-back years and beaten them soundly in those fourth quarters. But I still think the explosive ability of that offense and what C.J. Stroud can do to a defense when he's on. Look, and I know Georgia is night and day from Utah last year, but watching C.J. Stroud and Ohio State, just how they dissected Utah.
But even when your Rams were really good, the 49ers had their number.
Yeah, sometimes teams got, and it looks like Michigan's got that.
Because of their style of play, the way they played. And it feels a lot like that Michigan plays the 49er style to the Rams' more talent in what Ohio State has.
But in these big games, although the 49ers got the Rams twice in the regular season last year, NFC Championship game, Rams were able to get one. So, in a one-game situation, we've seen anything can happen. Missouri almost upset Georgia. I feel like Georgia's going to beat Ohio State, but I think this is the one team they don't want to play. I do think this is the national championship. I think whoever wins this game is going to win it all.
So Michigan TCU winner.
I
don't think gets it done. We will enjoy that on December the 31st. In the meantime, everybody's getting ready for bowl games and controlling the portal. When we come back, we'll talk a little NFL football. I'll ask you to give me your top 5 teams. We'll also do upset alerts for this weekend. By the way, basketball tonight. Got a couple of good ones. Don't sleep on Yale. Sorry, Brown.
That's okay, Jim.
Yale playing at Butler tonight. Pretty good little basketball team in the Ivy. They got a couple of quality wins. 5:30 on FS1. James Madison in Virginia. Don't sleep on the Dukes either. Possible upset. 7 o'clock ACC Network. Maryland and Wisconsin. They play each other tonight in a Big Ten game. 8 o'clock on ESPN2. You brought up Sam Houston State when you and I were talking about the net that came out.
They were like 7th, I think, weren't they?
7th. Everyone says that will not last, but they're high right now because they've beaten Oklahoma and Utah in the preseason. They get Oklahoma State tonight, 8 o'clock on ESPNU. But the game of the night is 6 o'clock ESPN, 17th ranked Illinois playing Texas on ESPN tonight, number 2 Texas. So it should be a lot of fun tonight as they play part of that on the Jimmy V Classic this evening. Pants Store will get you into all the game day gear. The great folks at the Pants Store. We'll do our upset alert when we come back. The Pants Store, they don't want you to be upset when you open up those presents on Christmas morning. Your Pants Store folks will make sure that you're dressed perfect for the games this year. Pants Store, they've got 7 fabulous locations all over the state of Alabama. That includes places like Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and Auburn. You can find them online, pantstore.com, and also on social media at the Pants Store. All the Yeti accessories, game day hats, the game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Meg, Johnny O, and Gentile, and all the game day fashion for the women. Make sure you're making all the little elves in your life happy this year with our friends at the Pants Store. 7 locations and online at pantstore.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Fall is here and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality service and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round, about to roll with a little upset alert with the NFL. Talk a little NFL football here. If you missed it last night, the Bucs win at 17-16 over the Saints. That jumped up their playoff likelihood into the 90 percentile on making the playoffs. Big win for them. Hurt the Saints tremendously. They saved the game in the final 3 minutes. Other interesting notes yesterday. Green Bay saying they do want Aaron Rodgers back next year. They can say that now. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the offseason. Lamar Jackson, his knee injury is week to week, which I assume makes him out this weekend.
It didn't look worse than that, but the initial reports made you think it was worse than that. Like he hit the knee on the ground, kind of like what Ladd McConkey did in the SEC championship game.
and it looked like it was kind of bad. But when you started reading stuff after the game, the backup, Tyler Huntley, right?
Yep. Right.
Was talking about going by his house and making sure he's okay. And I'm like, my gosh. He's not going to lose the leg, is he? I mean,
they did take him right to the locker room, though. Yeah.
I will tell you, though, last year, I watched a full game of Tyler Huntley because he started against the Rams. The Rams had that weird, one-off in the 17-game schedule where they played Baltimore on the road. And Tyler Huntley played well. We ended up winning that game 20-19 on a late Odell touchdown. But, he's only 1-3 overall, but he knows that system. I mean, he's legitimately a poor man's Lamar Jackson, about 70% of Lamar.
And Kyle Shanahan said it would be a surprise to him if the 49ers make a move on Baker Mayfield. 3 o'clock Central, 4 o'clock Eastern today for teams to claim Baker off of waivers. If not, he's an unrestricted free agent.
I guess that's the way he's headed. I don't know who's got interest because, like I mentioned to Lance, now he doesn't think he'd be an upgrade from Johnny Football, John Walford. But I mentioned to Lance, I was like, would your Rams get him? But all you're doing at that point, Lance, is potentially screwing up your draft pick. I mean, if you're not in playoff contention, there's no way you go get the guy, even if you got a hurt quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, our draft picks don't really matter right now.
Well, that's true with you, but you get what I'm saying, right?
Screwing up Rockstar's draft pick.
Yeah. And by the way, the Saints who lost last night, the Eagles have the Saints pick. So, and Tripp's pointing out, big winner last night, Eagles, they have the Saints first-round pick. I just was saying that, Tripp, and he puts in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. That was a huge loss last night for Philadelphia, who didn't play in the game, because it helps Philadelphia's draft pick because the Saints now trending towards being a top 5, top 6 pick.
Yeah, and if I'm the Eagles, I've got one of the best teams in the NFL right now. I got a legit shot of winning the NFC, and I don't have to worry about picking last because I got the Saints pick.
Get a great receiver,
right.
a great defender, great offensive lineman, whatever you want to go with Jalen Hurts and that crew. And that gets us to our Baumhauer Spotlight. Rockstar, hit it, man.
The Baumhauer Spotlight.
Sound the alarm. Woo, woo. College football's upset alert.
We've never done this with the NFL before. This feels like we're cheating.
Favorite one, by the way. I like this, man. More NFL talk. Bob Baumhauer, our friend, delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa, right there on the Strip. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Get into one of those great locations statewide of Baumhauer's Victory Grill. Help them celebrate. And don't forget, Bob Baumhauer, for a minute in the mid-'80s, the highest paid defensive player in the National Football League.
I'll tell you, I'm a better 1 week into this, Rockstar, I'm better at drawing in the National Football League than I am in college.
Oh, that's it. I can't wait to see it.
Bragging rights beforehand.
So I'll start us off since we're not going to keep standings in this because.
When I win. Yeah.
Well, no, I didn't want to.
Let's do it.
Well, let's do it then. We'll keep them rolling. I didn't want to damage your 10-4 record.
No, hey, I'm willing.
I mean 11-4.
Yeah.
Is it 10-4, right?
No, I was going to talk about the future.
Oh, okay, you guys are going to win here. I'm going to take 2.5, and I'm going to take the Baltimore Ravens as they play at Pittsburgh. No Lamar this weekend. Everyone's going to be like, poor Ravens, poor Ravens. I don't know about you guys, but I don't think a team plays better with a backup quarterback than the Ravens do with Hundley. It seems to fit their style a little bit.
I mean, they're 1-3 with him, but
all right. So nobody plays good. They seem like they always play.
Shuts you down.
No, I'm just giving facts. I mean,
you would suck on election night on Fox News or CNN, be the fact checker. I always hate that person. Just let them tell a story.
Okay,
don't come in with your fact checks.
Tell your story. Tell your story.
I like the Ravens this weekend. Defense, running the football. Big game for who's one of the running backs? Kenyon Drake's one, right?
You've done a lot of study on this, haven't you?
Ravens.
The Ravens?
Yeah. Kenyon Drake's one, right?
They're all banged up. I think Drake is playing for them.
Yeah. Mark Ingram's not there anymore, is he?
No, he is running out of bounds for the Saints last night.
I'm going to go Ravens. Put the mortgage on it. Plus 2.5 at Pittsburgh.
I don't know if you guys realize Thursday night we have got a marquee West Coast matchup.
Perfect for Amazon, who's getting small numbers on their games this year.
Hey, look, is it going to be on Amazon?
Yeah.
All Thursday night.
All Thursday night games except for Thanksgiving are on Amazon. You know what just happened right there? Lance had presented us a plan for him to watch this game.
And you're not going to be able to do it.
It's just occurred to him.
I'm going to send a text to my man Steve and make sure they've got it on. I bet they'll have it on at the old sports grill over there. Anyway.
So you're going to watch it at the sports grill?
Yeah.
At the Floribama?
Yeah.
Wow. Out in public?
Well, I mean, what are my options? Me trying to figure it out in the condo?
Yeah, Lance tried to dial up Amazon in a strange place.
Steve will go up there for you. Just get Steve to go up to the condo and link it up.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Tell him to leave the TV on because you won't be able to get it figured out.
That's true. Set the volume right here. I'm not going to touch it. Anyway, Vegas goes to SoFi to take on the Rams. As Brown said, Johnny Football, John Wolford. I'm going to take the Rams +6. They fought hard last week.
Fought hard. Gutsy little squad right
I've
there.
been saying that about my Lions.
What do y'all think about the new logo?
Little engine that could. I like that Ram, Lance.
Yeah.
I like it. Good job.
I like it. All right, Brown, what do you got for us?
Rockstar had a system in the college football game. How did that system work for me this year, Rockstar?
You won a few. You
I
lost
won
a couple.
a lot, man. I dominated college football. We dominated college football for you on my system. My biggest concern, though, Rockstar, when Jim said, hey, let's do NFL picks. I'm like, God, I don't know if my system works in the NFL. Hey, let me just tell you what. First week out of the chute, boom, system worked just like that. Now, it's proprietary, so I can't tell you what my system is.
Can you give us a preview of how you do your system?
Wait, how do you know your system worked first week if you didn't?
Because
this is the first week.
Right? I know. That's what I'm saying. My system worked right away.
Let me lock mine in first. I'm going to go ahead and tell you.
My system worked right away. Like I enacted my system, and I thought, well, here's a game that fits right in the system.
You know what I think it is? I think his system is calling Todd Furman to remind him that he's on with us this week. Todd, give me a play so I can kick their ass on the air.
Yeah, I think I can give him a play.
Yeah.
Tomorrow,
my system works.
Tomorrow, you asked Furman if we've talked about one game. Now, Furman was getting my picks in the college football season. You know why, Dunaway?
Because they were winners.
Because I was robbing Vegas blind, and we're going to do it again on Sunday Ball now. Not Saturday Ball anymore, Sunday Ball. We're going to go to the NFC North division. The NFC North, Rockstar, your Detroit football Lions are giving points?
Doesn't make sense,
giving
LeBron.
Points to the giving points to the 10-2 Minnesota Vikings, Rockstar. How on earth is Detroit giving points to anybody?
I love the Lions.
Yeah, I do too.
Vikings +2 in the hook. Rockstar, guess what?
You're going to need probably 2.
Rockstar, even in the NFL, we don't need them.
We don't need the points.
We don't need them.
He's going from the minors to the majors here. This is going to be a different game.
Vikings plus the 2.5 straight up. It's my early Conquerors game of the year.
Okay, can we?
The Minnesota Vikings raped and pillaged the villages, and they're going to do it to the Lions. Vikings plus 2.5.
Can we just get LT back whole?
Lock it
Will
in.
you put LT's left nut on the line on your upset alert so we can
Why would I do that?
Can we get the left nut home?
Why would I do that? I mean,
give LT his left nut back. What can you put on the table
versus a left nut?
All I've got's right now.
Yeah, it'd be literally double or nothing.
I think it was $7 when we actually made the bet. $7 versus his left nut.
Look, when I'm inebriated, you shouldn't take advantage of me. I think we know this.
I literally said,
make a bet, pay a bet,
several times throughout the nighttime Saturday night shows. I feel like I should ask you, are you too drunk to make this bet?
And you said,
every time, no way.
You should be able to ask somebody else. Yes. Next time, we'll have somebody step in.
Everybody was dancing and making noise. We couldn't.
Yeah, the girl jumping rope.
Was somebody jumping rope?
I don't know.
They believed it. That's the sad thing.
Name is Sally and I'm from Alabama.
or the major in the corner turning the flaming baton like it's homecoming back in the small town.
I love how y'all doubt my picks. Give me them Vikes right there, Rockstar, plus that 2.5.
Get the trader T.J. Hawkinson playing for the Vikings too.
And I love them. I love the Lions. And LT jumped on board with Jimmy Lambert.
No, I do like it. Detroit's playing good football.
They are.
Okay, we'll see about that.
In the hunt.
Scoring a lot of points.
They got a better quarterback than the Lions or than Minnesota.
I don't totally disagree with that.
Hey, and did you see Jameson Williams coming back last
active.
week?
Yeah, I started him in fantasy. He got 0 points.
Well, he's coming off a leg injury.
Yeah, they used him on basically
active,
special
though.
teams. Special teams.
Yeah, at least take a shot up top.
He was the gunner. More active this week. All right, that's our NFL right there. Brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Yeah, again, Bob Baumhauer celebrating 40 years of business right here in State. You need to go and celebrate with them and enjoy that recession concession menu. Bob here to save a few bucks with that recession concession menu, including it's got the complimentary beverage, but you get the classic tailgate burger, only $7.99. The Bam Bam Chicken, only $9.99. Go easy on your wallet with Baumhauer's Victory Grill. Stop at one of those locations for lunch or dinner.
If I asked you to write down, don't dry erase board this because I don't want to take away our beautiful upset alerts for the rest of the show, but write down your top 5 power rating right now.
I got it right here. You want me to go first?
I do not want you to go first.
All right. Well, I've already written mine down, Jim.
Okay. Why don't we start with Brown? Brown, why don't you go first?
I'll go first. You want me to go 5-1 or 1-5?
However you want to do
Coming
it.
in number 5, Rockstar. We're going to go to the NFC, the Dallas Cowboys. They're 5th in my power rating. Coming in at number 4, right there in that same division. They got the best record in the NFC. I'm going to go with the Philadelphia Eagles. Coming in at number 3, we go to the AFC. They win a lot, the Kansas City Chiefs, but they did not win on Sunday. Coming in at number 2, coming off a bye. They just took over the lead in the AFC East with the Dolphins' loss. I'm going to go with the Buffalo Bills. And my number 1 power rating team coming off the big win, getting back healthy. The quarterback play is back terrific with Joey Burrow, the Cincinnati Bengals.
Wow. He listens to you. At least that's a good thing.
To you.
He likes that.
Like, I can't have independent thought.
Yeah. You go, and since is your Dolphins in the top 5?
Are my Dolphins in the top 5? My Dolphins are not in the top 5.
Wow, that's a surprise.
Well, they just came off a loss to San Francisco, Jim. I'm sorry.
Kansas City 5 for me, Buffalo 4, Dallas 3, Cincinnati 2. I like Philadelphia. I don't think that team's going to lose when we get to the playoffs.
Yeah, but I think they're in the NFC.
I mean, mine is all screwed up because of Brock Purdy.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can't put them in the top 5 of Brock Purdy.
Like, I would have them number 1.
Right.
I still think they can make a run in the NFC because the NFC is so weak. But I'm going to go Browns-Dolphins at number 5.
Oh, thank you, Lance.
I've got the Eagles at 4, Bills 3, KC 2, and Bengals 1.
Seeing him having the Dolphins at 5, you want to rethink yours?
Nope, not at all. I mean, Miami's got to earn their spot back there, Jim.
Yeah. Cincinnati has been impressive, and I agree with you about the 49ers. That defense is so good.
You know, if Brock Purdy can just not make mistakes, which I don't think is going to be possible. I mean, it's going to be tough for them this week against your Bucs, just because the Bucs are going to put so much pressure on that kid.
Yep, and try to win it with defense. Could be a 9-6 game this weekend. Nobody plays exciting football more than the Buccaneers.
I'll tell you, I mean,
fest.
Miami got burned. Josh Boyer, the Miami defensive coordinator, decided to do that, Lance, like just light this kid up and see what he does, and he performed well. The thing that worries me if I'm a San Francisco fan is give NFL coordinators time to look at this guy.
And give him time himself to think
about being the starter.
You know, this is going to be the first time Mr. Irrelevant's ever had a start in the NFL, and he's going against
as a quarterback.
Yeah, and he's
at any position or just as a quarterback?
I think as a starter on the offense or defense.
Wow, that's incredible.
I know for a quarterback.
Yeah,
but not only is it Mr. Irrelevant, but he's going against the greatest quarterback of all time.
I know, isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Probably the biggest quarterback mismatch ever.
Milkman256 with a great thought on Twitter, and Kirby Smart on home field advantage in the playoffs. That's all in our final segment coming up. The show being brought to you by our friends at Odie's. Tonight's Tuesday, Rockstar, so you have the night off.
Thanks.
But Wednesday night, what will you be doing?
Oh, we're going to be doing a little trivia, trivia.
Yeah. Every Wednesday night, Odie's Team Trivia. If you haven't been out before, come join us. It's Birmingham Institution located right there in Crestline Village. Get there a little early. We'll start about 8 o'clock. Get there around 7 o'clock. Enjoy great cocktails and food from Rodney Davis, burgers, award-winning wings, great sandwiches, inside or outside on that patio. Come see Will Haver and that great staff today. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you. so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent. It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Defending national championship head coach and #1 seed in the college football playoff again, SEC champion Coach Kirby Smart, right now on home field advantage in the playoffs, playing in Atlanta again. Here's Kirby.
You know, once you get to the venue, and it's different than, you know, you coming in for a game when your kids have been in classes and they just fly in for the game. It's different when you're there for a whole week. You know, we'll practice at the Mercedes-Benz. They'll practice at Mercedes-Benz. It's not like you're going to walk in there and have not seen the place. And the field is the exact same length as any other field we'd play them on. You know, the ticket sales, Ohio State, as I understand it, has never had a shortage of alumni base or money, because I go against Ryan all the time in recruiting. So I know how strong their alumni base is and how proud they are of it. So I don't look for it as it's home as in the state of Georgia, but the fan bases will both turn out, and they both have great fan bases, and I think that's great for the Beach Bowl and great for the state of Georgia and Gary's staff to have 2 programs of this magnitude playing in this game.
And I know this sounds weird, but I agree 100% with Kirby. Oregon did not travel. This will be a virtual 50-50 split. I truly believe Ohio State will be 50-50 with the Georgia fans.
Yeah, I mean, again, they got rebirth. I mean, those Ohio State fans, once they saw USC lose Friday night, they knew they were in.
And another thing that plays into that is, and this happens, we saw it happen with Alabama fans. Georgia fans are just a little bit less hungry than they were. They've won the national championship now. They've played in these playoffs now. This is nothing new to them anymore.
So
the
now,
national championship's not New Orleans.
That's right. The
It's not in
national
Dallas.
championship is a long trip to L.A. now. So if I'm a Georgia fan, I'm like, do I really? I know it's just a car ride, but I really want to spend that money, or do we save that for the flights to L.A.?
And I've got my Peach Bowl tickets that I bought through the Peach Bowl, not through Georgia. But I can sell them for how much to an Ohio
That's
State
right.
fan?
Yeah.
I could pay for my trip to Los
It
Angeles.
pays for my flight to and look, Ohio State fans, they're not as hungry as they once were, but that's what starts to happen is your fans start to make financial decisions based on we're probably going to win this game, and you know what? If we don't, I don't want to be there and watch us lose.
Yeah,
I'm going to save my money for L.A.
And don't underestimate the number of Southern Ohio State fans, alumni that live in Atlanta,
Florida,
in Nashville, in Florida, in Birmingham.
This is the closest game they could go to all year.
That's right. I haven't been able to see my Buckeyes play in years. I could go to Atlanta and watch them play a meaningful game. Heck yeah, sign me up for that. So I think it'll be a 50-50 split. We'll see that a little bit. Our friends at Hemphill bring you the lock every day. Lance will send one out at the Lance Taylor a little bit later on.
Yeah, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friends at Hemphill, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust a name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090.
Over in the chat room, a couple of things we'll finish the show with, but Milkman asked the question early on about this recruiting class at Alabama and how they may have missed on some evaluation. Isn't this the team that was recruited during COVID when you couldn't go and evaluate them in person? You were evaluating them on their film. Some of them are, yes.
Yeah, some of the players, yeah. I mean, I don't know entirely if it is. So that would have been, what, the 2020 signing class? Well, no, really, the 2021, because 2020, a lot of the evaluation was in 19. So it would be the 21 class. So the players from that class are the Brockmeyer twins, Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid's played well. Ja'Cory Brooks, he's played well. Ajay Hall, who's already gone. JoJo Earl, who's gone. Terry and Arnold, who's played well. So those are some of the guys that were in there. Christian Leary, who is going. Jalen Milroe, who's about to get more playing time, perhaps.
I just think it's interesting that Tommy Brockermeyer is going to go, and his brother James is going to stay.
Yeah, Kyrie Jackson was in that class. He's gone.
Well, it may tell you closest to playing time, or one may not be, may think he may never play, and he may be closer to coaching.
Or one's got a girlfriend.
Or maybe the other one just hasn't announced it yet, and he wants his own time in the media limelight.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I don't know. It is hard to believe one goes and one stays, though.
Can you pull up the chat room? A couple back, Michael, not of the last two he sent, but a couple of Michael's back was an interesting question. A couple of interesting questions in there about college football in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room.
The one where he said, did Brown draw that himself? It belongs in a museum. Was that the one?
No.
Oh, okay. The Viking needs to be in a gallery is what he said. He said, did you guys see where Brock Bowers had to be drug tested after the Natty?
Yeah, that was it.
One?
Yeah, that was it. They have a handful in NCAA tournament, basketball, baseball, and in football. There's random drug testing afterwards, and that goes on all the time in championship and sometimes throughout the season. That they have a certain number of players they randomly select. Sometimes it's funny. Sometimes it's like third string.
I know, I was going to say that.
Third string long snapper.
Because we'll be standing outside the locker room in those championship games or the playoff games waiting to go in and do interviews, and the NCAA official will come out with like 4 players. One of them's a guy you recognize, all sweaty, uniform, all disheveled. And then sometimes there'll be 2 guys you're like, I didn't even know they were on the team.
Yeah.
Who is number 81?
Yeah.
He's 5'3".
81 and a half, who weighs 160 pounds, is getting drug tested.
That's the one you want drug tested, by the way.
Yeah. And that kid's like, drug tested? The only guy I've had today is my Flintstone vitamin. How's that going to show up on the drug test? All right, don't forget Bud Light game night Thursday. Our friends at Budweiser, Bud Light, Adams Beverage will be out at the Battery in Homewood. Come join us 5 to 7. Great food, conversation about what's happening in the college football playoff, the portal, and everything else in the coaching carousel as we get the staffs rearranged now, coordinators on the move, and everything. It's all Bud Light game night, the Battery in Homewood, coming up this Thursday night, 5 to 7 Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.